Welcome to the puzzle stream. Let's play some puzzles. First one we'll look at today is going to be a fairly recent one by Major. It is Canyon Puzzle, which was one of many entries to be submitted to the Deserted Yoshi contest that was recently hosted by Grakowski. We've played a few of those entries on a stream before, I think, but not this one. And that will be the first thing we look at today. Yoshi is stuck in a big canyon. How can you save him? Let's find out. And welcome, Merlin. Merlin, I saw that you did have the new drill level that you had created come up already. Hope that's been doing well. Okay, let's reach the goal while riding Yoshi. We have a couple of things to look at here. I have no idea what this pipe does. It might be a reset. It's just a POW dispenser. Okay, that's all it is. Currently, we know the POW is going to drop the Muncher. Getting rid of the Muncher also drops the Blaster. Dropping the Blaster, however, will block off the donut block on the right side, on the left side, rather. We do need to find out what is going to spawn from that Blaster, so I think actually firing the POW is a good idea, just to see. It's just 1-ups. Okay, so that's just going to be a blocking piece. Nothing too special to look at yet. We know there's a key on the top left. We know there's a P-switch that's going to allow me, theoretically, to get out of the right side with Yoshi, because Yoshi, of course, can't go up the vine. Interestingly enough, Yoshi spawns right at the door, which indicates to me that if I go through the door, we'll be pretty close to the egg. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, because if I think about the egg positioning there, that might be something that becomes important later on. Jumping off Yoshi should give me enough height to get to the on switch. We'll take a POW anyway, just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, I think we actually do need the POW and a bit of a run, in fact. Toggling the on-off switch is going to make it impossible to get back to the right side here. We also know that we need one additional tile on top of what we see here in order to get over to the key. We can also potentially do a 2-object stack here in order to go back through the door once the on switch is activated. We can also, of course, fire the POW, but firing the POW, aha, so this is the trick, that if you fire the POW on the right side, the blaster gate drops and you can't go through the left side. Unless you do something to brace this or somehow delay the activation of the POW, but it looks like this gate is specifically set up to discourage you from firing the POW while you're on the right side in order to get a new POW when you're on the left. Given that, I think we need to think about the fact that once I hit the on-off switch, I'm able to access the P-switch. If I'm able to access the P-switch, I think the idea is that if I drop the POW on top of this block here against the wall, the P-switch should kill the POW when I go back. We're not doing that yet, of course, because I still need to hit the switch. But I think that's going to be the right idea. If that collision detection works the way I think it should. Let's place the POW a little further out so we get a bit more of a run. Hang on, we did this previously. We can do it again. We can do it again. Nice big jump. There we go. Okay, so we've released a P. We're going to back Yoshi against here. I'm going to drop the POW on top of him. That should kill the POW once we hit the P-switch on the other side. P-switch is going to be timed. We'll probably need a second P-switch at some point. The P-switch will give me a new POW. Now, what does a new POW allow me to do? It allows me to put something here while the P-switch is still active. You spawn on the other side while the P-switch is still active, and within the timer, you grab a new Yoshi and take the new Yoshi back up over here. That new Yoshi is then going to allow me to get up to the key. And then after that, we do a 2-stack over here with the P and the POW in order to get Yoshi through the key door. So, POW please, as expected. Now let's grab Yoshi. And down we go. Okay, great. Now we need a 2-object stack. Just like how we needed a 1-object stack earlier. And the way to do that is to use Yoshi to place the P, or at least remove the P. And then we're going to go P under the POW. Then we jump up with Yoshi. Okay, there we go. Fairly simple. Once we get more of a run, we know we can make this height. We need to do it without accidentally hitting anything. Whoops. I know I can make this. Just need a bit more distance here. No, we definitely can. We definitely can. Whoops. Just going to require a bit of positioning. Maybe position everything a little further to the right, in fact, so we have a bit more running distance off the POW. Okay, there we go. Hang on. Dugukaza doing alright. Been extremely busy lately. I haven't really been able to stream as much as I usually do, but we're trying to make things happen as we go. I think this is the first puzzle stream I've been able to run in about a month. So there's a lot of catching up to do. Hang on. Come on, I made this same jump minus 1 tile on the other side, so we know we can do this. We know for sure that this is within range. Unless there's something else with the P-switch height that I'm missing. I should definitely be able to do it. Let me think about this. Is there something I can do differently here? I don't think so. I think this is correct. I'm just poor at making the jump. But I really think that this is enough height. Hang on here. We just don't have enough speed, that's all. Let's place everything by the door, actually. Give myself a bit more room to follow that curve. Yeah, no, I know from previous experience that this jump will make it. Because that's how we got up to the on-off switch on the right side to begin with. It's a little bit tight. It was tight the first time as well. There we go. Finally. Now we do the same kind of stack, and we are finished. So yeah. Oh, shoot. Execution mistake, as usual. That's okay, it just allows me to clean up the clear time on this. Okay, let's give myself a bit more room to run this time. And yeah, Merlin, that's how it happens. We solve the puzzle, then we spend way too long actually making the solution happen. Okay, same idea as before. We'll just walk through the whole solution quickly. With my down input behaving this time. Pop this, grab the POW. Grab a new Yoshi. Yeah, it's easier than usual for Major, but this was, of course, a contest puzzle, and I think one of the stipulations of the contest was that things should be solvable within half an hour. This was for a deserted Yoshi. Robert Bits, I'm not taking viewer levels at the moment. Hang on, let's try to fix my position here. I should have just jumped off Yoshi. But thanks for dropping by anyway. We'll be doing viewer levels probably this weekend. We're just doing a 100% puzzle stream today. And Merlin, you're used to those mistakes? Yeah, so am I. And yeah, we just need a little more room to run off POW every time. Okay. Let's fix this up. Like I was saying, easier than usual from Major, but that's expected because the contest puzzles were built to be solvable in quick succession. And one thing that we probably won't have here, as long as the key doors are matching up, is the last-minute twist that Major likes to put in some puzzles. Because having played a lot of Major puzzles before, I am accustomed to him occasionally trying to troll the player at the last moment. We probably won't see that here today, as long as the key doors match up, because I think the contest did also stipulate that everything should be strictly on one screen. Let's place the POW a little further to the left. Nope, hang on. Yeah. So the ending does require a little bit of finesse. Not much, it's just a matter of making the jump. Any shorter, of course, in the jump could have been exploited by a single object, which is why you do need to... This P is in a very dangerous position. We shouldn't do this. Yeah, it needs to be a nice, clean stack. I don't want to accidentally fall on the P when we do need it for the door at the end. Come on. Hang on. Yeah, the puzzle portion of the puzzle, of course, is finished at this point. It's just doing the jumps, so... But yeah, it's a tight jump, but it really can't afford to be any more lenient, because then you could just break it straight up. So it is kind of required to be this tight. That's one of the tricky things about building one screens, of course, with the ability to jump off Yoshi, is that the player has so much coverage of the allowable height. Okay, let's set this down gently this time. Gently. There we go. And that's a finish. Okay. Let's take a look at something else. So like I said, that was a recent submission to the Deserted Yoshi contest. I have another one for the Deserted Yoshi contest I'd like to take a look at, so we'll just pull that up quickly. For those who want to try the one just now, I have the code as well. That was Major's Canyon Puzzle. And let's enter a different one. It also stands for possibly and probably. Yeah, P probably stands for puzzles, playtests, P-switches, and many other possibilities besides. Merlin, you're quite nervous today. Oh, have you been chatting online, or... Well, I mean, I guess you must have, unless you're doing voice calls for whatever reason. Don't get murdered, I guess. Not until your super world is finished. And best of luck. Yeah, make sure people are aware of your whereabouts. You see, Green Heroes, you might take that advice facetiously, but you never know when it will come in handy. Okay, so the last time I played a Bird Dog puzzle on stream, it took me 3 hours, and it turned out I cheesed it, and he replaced it afterwards anyway. This is not that puzzle. This is also for the Deserted Yoshi contest, and thus, it may promise to be a little easier. And document exactly, the more you know. I mean, it comes from experience, right? Because once you've been murdered once, you kind of have to warn people who are coming in after you not to fall into the same trap. That's what video game logic is all about. Yoshi needs help getting over the cliff. Well, that will seem familiar. Let's see what Bird Dog has done with the same format. Okay. But here's Yoshi. Here's a pea balloon. And quite seriously, Merlindo, good luck with that. Best wishes. Okay, Yoshi can reach the pea. I don't know if we want to do that yet. We can place the pea elsewhere. We can place the pea in such a way that Mario can get that. We can also take damage and turn the pea into a mushroom. One thing I don't know yet is whether this will spawn anything useful. That's going to be a P-switch, and it's going to be way out of the way. It's going to be way off screen, and I don't know if that's going to be Yoshi reachable, but what we can do potentially is block it with the P-balloon. As you can see, the P actually does go completely off screen, and you know that because the P respawns, it's not within a reachable range. The other thing, too, is that this pipe currently does nothing because that pipe spawns the P-balloon. Okay, so let's see here. Looks like, yeah, if you spawn like this, then you can grab the P-balloon. If you grab the P-balloon, then you can block the P, I think. You should be able to. There we go. Now, why do we want that? Because you need to reach the goal while riding Yoshi, and what does the P actually get you? The idea is to get Yoshi over to the other side, and so it's probably going to be a P-switch escort of some sort. Where we need to, like, up-throw it into position and steadily move it out of the way. So, why don't we tap this first of all. Yeah, I mean, Merlin, that's not an endorsement of getting murdered after your Super World is finished either, just to be totally clear. But better to have at least some projects complete. Okay, so Yoshi takes the P-balloon, and then I can grab the P over to the other side. The idea is to leave the P-balloon inside Yoshi, or to spit out the P-balloon and place it somewhere where it's going to be out of the way, but obtainable. But I need it to be something that I can skip over, I think. Because the idea will be that I need the P-balloon to get back over to the left side after I do an up throw. But I don't want to force myself to run into it too soon. So for example, if we spit over here, that's well out of range. We don't want to do that. Spit over here, yeah, a little bit too close for comfort. Let me think about that. So, if we get over there, we grab the P. We can also reset through the door once we get the P and hold the P while we're doing it. So that's probably going to be the way to do it. Okay. Grab the P, go through the door. Great. I need to up throw this before we grab the P, I think. Then maybe I can bump it up. There we go. That's crafty. That's a Bird Dog style solution. That feels right immediately. It's nice to have stuff like that that just instantly feels correct when you do it. Okay. Now, and I can sort of detect Nugu Kaza kind of planning out the world record for this, or already snatching the world record already, just given the bit of P-Balloon involved. Bird Dog, what do we have here? How curious. We have something that's hopefully not going to take me 3 hours. We then get onto P, and then we get Yoshi over to the other side. I think that's pretty much going to be it, except... no. What I want to do is I want to use the P with an up throw to lift Yoshi. And in order to do that, we need to have the P-Balloon accessible on the left side first. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. Then, yeah. Okay, there we go. Hang on. There's probably a better way to do that. No, that's not it. I'm hoping to lift Yoshi... Actually, no, we need to do the same thing as before, where we up throw the P and push it with the P-Balloon and push Yoshi on top. We don't really need to start over, but sure, let's do it. And exactly, Green Heroes, you've understood the strategy perfectly. P for perfectly. Okay, let's block the P-switch once again. So yeah, I mean, we've already been taught the P-Balloon pushing the P-switch, or been reminded of it, rather. So that's not too much of an issue, as long as we kind of get the move order correctly here. Yeah, no, that's fine. Take the P. We take some damage. We get aboard Yoshi. Grab the P-Balloon. Get over here. You've been trying to work on resettable levels instead of restarting, yeah. Let's take a look here. Okay, yes, same thing as before. We up throw, grab the P-Balloon, and push. Same with the column to the left. Like I said, that's the kind of solution that just feels perfect once you do it. So it's going to be the same kind of idea here, where I'm going to do the up throw, but then I need to snatch a P-Balloon right away and then push. So let's figure out how to put the P-Balloon in a good location for doing that. Probably like right here? No, too far out. We can put it on top of Yoshi, actually. No, hang on. Placement here is going to take a bit of work. The idea is that I want to have Yoshi here, I want to up throw the P, and I want the P-Balloon to be accessible right here. I think the way to do it is to have Yoshi spit from the left side. Hang on. There we go. Whoops. Yeah, that's great. That's good placement, because then I can jump up towards it directly, assuming I can actually get off Yoshi. Which is tricky. Hang on. I may actually just use the P-Balloon to push Yoshi down to this location. No, except... No, that doesn't work. Let's figure this out. I want to grab this, and I want to place it probably just higher. No, except I need room to drop Yoshi. That's the main issue right now. What happens if I soft drop the P? Soft drop the P doesn't spit it out as far. That's probably better. Assuming... and actually, I can just jump off Yoshi to the other side once I do that, so... Let's do that. And it's still a little bit far. Still a little bit far. Oh, almost got it. Almost got it. Not quite, though. Yeah, I just need a better P-Balloon placement, and a P-Balloon placement is going to be constrained by dropping Yoshi as well. So let me grab the P-Balloon right away. Yeah, lots and lots of reuse of a very spare and minimal set of elements that's characteristic, of course, of the Bird Dog style. And here we go. We're going to now take damage. Move the balloon. Get up over here. Go through the door. It is kind of a long road back to obtaining the P-Switch all over again if you do mess up the P-Balloon placement in the last part, of course. Whoops, or indeed in this part. Hang on. Let's just hit the P-Switch and just grab it again. Not a big deal, not a big deal. Actually, we lost a ton of progress. Merlin, you need a Shakespeare sonnet to survive. Yes, we will bring up number 19 now, in fact, since I basically reset the puzzle. Let's bring up a reading just for Merlin. Don't know why number 19 came to mind in particular, but all of these are good choices. This is a good one, actually, for the occasion. William Shakespeare, sonnet number 19. Devouring time, blunt thou the lion's paws, and make the earth devour her own sweet brood. Pluck the keen teeth from the fierce tiger's jaws, and burn the long-lived phoenix in her blood. Make glad in sorry seasons as thou fleet'st, and do whatever thou wilt, swift-footed time, to the wide world and all her fading sweets. But I forbid thee one most heinous crime. Oh, carve not with thy hours my love's fair brow, nor draw no lines there with thine antique pen. Him in thy course untainted do allow, for beauty's pattern to succeeding men. Yet do thy worst, old time, despite thy wrong. My love shall in my verse live ever young. Let's just start this one over. We basically did anyway, since we reset to the P-Switch at the beginning. Okay. Pop that. Come down here. Take damage. Once we steer awkwardly around the corner. Merlin, they're not all long. They are all actually exactly 14 lines, each and every one of them. Maybe I'm reading slower than usual. But sometimes I speak too fast, so. Okay. Let's get through here. Let's pop this. Up throw. Whoops, nope. Hang on. Okay, we need to stop doing that. I was doing it perfectly the first few attempts, and then now I think I'm getting a little bit impatient and rushing it, and the positioning is off. Let's just reset to the extent that I'm able to. The time doesn't particularly matter on this. I'm not going to beat the record held, presumably, by Cyphus. What was I doing? Yes. Get back. Grab the P, go through the door. And yeah, Merlin, the sonnet form in both the Italian and the English traditions, the different sonnet forms have different rhyming patterns, but they all come down to a very similar structure of 14 lines. There's very rarely some deviations from that, but not often at all. There actually is at least one exception in Shakespeare, but I can't remember what that one is. But yeah, the standard format is 14 lines. Whoops. Okay, let's get over here. That's one of the reasons I have it at a point as a point reward, actually, is that the length is fairly predictable. Because if I just did some kind of random selection of any poem, we might end up with a genuine epic, like Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner or something. And that might not be too good for interrupting the stream. Okay, let's try to do this correctly this time. So we're not stuck here for ages when I already see the solution and have demonstrated every part of it apart from the final P pickup at the very end. And yeah, exactly, Merlin. I'm glad you know your poetry. Okay, over here. Bump. There we go. Very clean. A little bit risky, actually, but clean. Okay, so let's figure out how to do this. I want the P balloon to be placed in such a way that I can drop Yoshi basically on top of it. Actually, I could just put the P balloon under here, because I can stand to its left when I do the up throw and then boost up immediately. That should have been a thing I considered in the first place. That we just stand here. And then I've got plenty of room to work with, except, oh, I'm totally going to fall on the P-switch. Hang on, let's not do that. Move this gently out of the way. Now let's do it this way. Now let's very carefully. There we go. Up the lift. And there we go, that's Yoshi. Then, try not to push Yoshi off. Oh, the other thing is, I need to take damage over here and not fall into the gap. Yeah, no, that's okay. We just block it roughly. Let me think about this. I block it with the P-switch, actually. That's how to do it. Oh, well, next time. Hang on. Let's do this properly. I'm going to block another P-switch. Tempest Funk, welcome. You spent 3 hours making a small fix to your puzzle. Yeah, I'm willing to pull that one up next, actually, Tempest Funk, if you have a version that's ready to show. Unless, of course, you don't have the fix ready. Whoa! Oh, I accidentally hit up when it was over the door. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I was standing right on top of the door entry. You see, this is going to be one of those puzzles where I spend more time executing than actually solving, but I think that's true of most of the one-screen puzzles I play. Like, actually punching in the controls tends to be the harder part for me. That's okay, we have what I think is going to be a reliable method for getting Yoshi up with the P-balloon up throw. And I know what I want to do with blocking the P-balloon from the pipe if I can do it. And I think I know how to do it. but I'll have to go back and rethink that, because that was sort of a twist that was right in front of me the whole time, and which I just didn't think about, was the people respawning after I pick up the first one. Anyway, yeah, we want to grab the P-switch next, so let's just keep the move order in mind here. And Tempest Funk, you've got 2 levels. Yeah, I'm fine with looking at either of them, I think. Depending on how long they take me, obviously, but I know that there is kind of a desired time limit for the contest levels, so I don't expect it's going to be a marathon, unless I'm really, really stumped. What am I doing here? I want to use Yoshi to then grab the P, and then grab the P balloon, rather, and then we go up to the P switch, take the P switch through the door. See, everything up till getting Yoshi around the last corner is very clear to me right now. Getting Yoshi around the P balloon is something we'll think about when we get there. Okay. Hey, P balloon, do this. Or P switch, rather. Yeah, because the P switch is going to spawn pretty quickly here. Well, shoot. That's not what I meant to do. You know what? No, that's fine. We can rescue this. Indeed, I think that's probably going to be part of our rescue strategy anyway. Hang on. Soft drop. Yeah, that's within reach. That's within reach. Push. Okay, so the P balloon spawns pretty much instantly. So we need to figure out what to do with it in order to get Yoshi all the way over and to get myself back into a rideable form. So, 2 things we can do here. First, I need to figure out perhaps a way to consume or move the P balloon. Actually, if I consume the P balloon now, while I'm holding the P, then I can push Yoshi. Except the P switch is in the way now. Oh, there we go. No, because Yoshi... Yeah, I push Yoshi, then I grab the P balloon, then I hope that Yoshi blocks the pipe. Does Yoshi block the pipe? No, we'll need to use the P switch to block the pipe. And that's okay, because the P switch, if we drop it... Yeah, we'll push Yoshi to the right. There we go. Push him. Then we use the P switch to block the pipe. Now, when I fall, I'm going to fall on top of the P balloon, and I need to suspend myself immediately before I fall onto the P switch. So I think I just fall down and hold up. Like that. Oh, you know what? No. That doesn't work. However, what I can do is I can block this again. And we'll do another round with the P. Okay. Then we do the same good old interaction with the P-switch that we were familiar with before, except now Yoshi is on this side, so I can't take damage. Okay. Why don't we get Yoshi over here? Yeah, we might need to reset this one from scratch, actually. So this corner I still haven't solved yet, then. Because if I take damage here, the P-balloon is once again going to be in my way, so... I think we need to reset this and get back to the state where we were looking at that corner to see if we had missed some earlier adjustment I needed to make, or whether it's salvageable and solvable from that position. So let's move on here. Because, yeah, it's after I push the Yoshi and P stack that I'm getting into trouble. with the P instantly respawning as soon as one P balloon has been consumed. But I think blocking this with the P switch is the correct idea. I think that has to be the way it's done, in fact. Because you basically fall onto the P switch when there is no P balloon active. And the issue was that I was trying to fall onto the P balloon and grab it and get out of there without hitting the P, and you can't quite do that. And that step just needs a very minor adjustment. Okay, so we take damage here. We then grab the P balloon. Yeah, also notice that in the current solution, one thing I'm not doing is using Yoshi to grab the P switch. That might still be something that we haven't worked into this just yet. And also, of course, this interaction, as we've seen a few times. I don't know if there's going to be an additional use of it near the end. There might be. But I haven't looked that far ahead yet, so let's just do this. I actually wonder if Big Mario or Small Mario will make a difference when I'm falling down onto the P-switch down below. I don't see how it would, because the hitbox is going to be on his feet either way, but that's something we should look at. Anyway, here we go, once again. What P-switch is a little too close. Let's get that out of the way. Let's get Yoshi upstairs. I mean, the other thing we can do is, I think it is going to be P balloon bumping Yoshi, but the thing we should consider is whether there's another way to do this such that I'm able to come back with like maybe a second P-switch. Yeah, because if I have a second P-switch, no, that just resets me to an earlier position. Well, let's do this first and just see if this is going to be too late to save. Because, okay, now that I'm bumping Yoshi, I wonder if I can actually just escort Yoshi all the way through. Or better yet, yeah, I was hoping to bump the P to the right, actually, because then I want to drop the P switch here somehow with the P balloon having been consumed. We can also drop the P on top of Yoshi, I think. That might be the way to do it. Let's push Yoshi off first, just to separate the two. So here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to drop the P on top of Yoshi. Except that's too late. That's too late, because the P balloon still needs to be blocked. What I can do, however, is... well, no, that's not going to work. I was hoping to do this and block the pipe, but the priority order isn't going to work at all here. Yeah, that's not going to work at all. Maybe if I find a way to bump the P over, bump Yoshi. Fundamentally, I need to figure out a way to drop the P switch here while I'm still in P balloon form. So for example, if we use the P balloon to push a P and just kind of bounce it over, right? Like where you fly with the P and just do a repeated bounce, and then drop it in this location. I don't know, because the P-Balloon keeps on respawning unless Yoshi is trapping it. Like, the only way to stop this from respawning is to either block it or have Yoshi swallow. Arvap, welcome. Let's grab another P-switch just to see if this is a salvageable position. It might not be, because Yoshi might be too far at this point. Yeah, because no matter what, we're going to run into trouble here now with the P. So the thing is, we need to think about what state I need to be in when I drop a P-switch down here. Yoshi fundamentally needs to have a P-Balloon captured. How do we have Yoshi perform a P-Balloon capture when I need to consume a P-Balloon over here in order to bump P up? The answer might be that I should be using the P-switch to raise Yoshi without using the P-Balloon. That using the P-Balloon might just be a mistake here. That if we can find a way to avoid using the P-Balloon, that might be a lot better. So for example, using a P-jump will probably not get enough height off Yoshi. Like, attempting to up throw here to begin with might be the mistake. Because if we can... the other thing, too, is I'm not using this column except to fall back down on the left. Maybe this column is important. Because if I can figure out how to get Yoshi upstairs without using a P-Balloon, then Yoshi can be carrying a P-Balloon while going up. And that's probably the revision I need to make. Let's go back and try it. So yeah, everything looked pretty simple up to that point, but then this corner is really, really tricky. In a surprising way. And... okay, no, we need a P-Balloon. Let's redo. And thank you for the follow. Okay. Let's go up. And let's try this once again. And, yeah, Tempest Funk, to go back to what you were saying earlier, I didn't know Carl played this level. I guess there was some reason that Carl managed to connect with the Grikowski contest, such that he's involved with streaming the next one, which is really nice to see. But let's go back. Okay, P-switch over there. Yeah, same idea as before. We do the capture. So, as you can see here, having Yoshi do a P-jump... Well, Yoshi doesn't really have room to do a P-jump. If Yoshi had room to do a P-jump, that would be the way to do it, I think. But currently, that looks like it will not be what we're going for. Hang on, let's take the door. There are probably some other things I'm not considering. Like the positioning here is quite tricky. Really interesting multiple uses of this tricky pipe location. Whoops, I thought I'd get the up throw there, but that was a little bit pixel precise in terms of how safely I can stand. So let's do this again. Maybe it is going to be some kind of repeated bump with the P-Balloon. But you can eat the P-switch through the wall instead of resetting there. Yes, I can. I've done that once before, I think. But I think, you know, when failure happens, my mind just resets and everything else resets with it. And that's what's going on there. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, eating P-switch through the wall. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's a good point. So I was actually doing this interaction here prematurely in some ways. But you see, now that I know that I'm doing this interaction prematurely, I know it almost certainly has to be part of the actual solution. Okay. So this is the part that we need to think about, because I'm currently holding the P-balloon. I need Yoshi to swallow the P, and I need to think about where in this pattern I'm actually going to grab another P, if so. Let's grab this. Let's grab this. And let's think about this very carefully. Interestingly enough, if I balance the P on top of Yoshi, watch this. P is in a bouncing state and can be kind of separately pushed, right? Like this. So the thing is, can I get a bouncing state and then drop Yoshi on top of it, such that Yoshi is bouncing to start? No, the thing is, I still need a P-balloon to do this, and I can't be holding the P-balloon, really, unless... Here's something else I can think about, which is, can I have Yoshi hold a P-balloon while I've consumed another P-balloon? And the way to do that would be that Yoshi would need to grab a P-balloon first, then I would need to get into a P-balloon, which requires Yoshi to go through the door, which requires Yoshi to therefore go up to right. But let's say we bumped like this, go to the left. Okay, just testing a few things here. Let's say I actually spat the P over to the right side to block the pipe. Except, yeah, Yoshi would need to remove the P-balloon first. Yeah, let's put it aside for just a moment. I can block the pipe. I can block the pipe using the P, except then I don't have the access to the P that I need to bump Yoshi upstairs. Right? No, I can't, because I can't spit through the wall like that. Of course not. What am I saying? I can, however... What happens if I block the P first? And then grab the P-balloon? Like, block the pipe first. And... then make something happen from there. Or just do this. No, hang on. Just gonna test if I can do this somehow without... activating anything. I guess I kind of can. Nope. And, yeah, Merlin. Once again, have a great time. Let's see, over here. Mangy, welcome. Okay. Always so tantalizing to feel like you're one step away from doing it. Minus lots and lots of execution-driven resets, of course. There's some other trick that I have not seen here. So how can I get Yoshi up here while Yoshi is holding a P-balloon? That's the first option. Either that, or I find a way to block this and consume the P-balloon while it's blocked. The other thing I haven't considered too is using Yoshi damage from the top left to get Yoshi to run. I don't see how that will actually help me anywhere, but it's something to consider for later. Okay, let's see. Once again, I can do this the easy way, but who wants to do that? Yeah, so... Worth considering, though, what would have happened if I dropped the P-switch on the right side column here instead to try to block the pipe. Developing a little bit of tunnel vision here, perhaps. Let's... over here. So I know how to get Yoshi upstairs, but I don't know how to get Yoshi upstairs with the P-balloon consumed. So here's a question, is... am I able to duplicate the P-balloon somehow? I think the only way I can duplicate the P-balloon is to have Yoshi hold one while going through the door, which currently I can't actually do. But I'm also looking at the placement of that bottom door and thinking about whether we can do anything with that. Okay, so... I mean, we know about this idea to get Yoshi upstairs. It really feels like the right idea up until you have to deal with the hype spawn. Like... that's the thing, is that this whole thing with using the P-balloon and the P-switch to raise Yoshi up top seems so correct. Until you have to deal with the second P-balloon. But everything up to that point looks great. And it's very easy for that to just kind of trap you into thinking in terms of that pattern for the solution. Okay. And indeed, that's what I'm going to do again, is just see what we can do here. Let's say we consume the P-balloon. Let's move the P-switch. Hang on. The P-switch slightly. This seems almost right, doesn't it? Except I don't have a way to grab the P for a second throw, because obviously the P is raising Yoshi the whole time. What if I just run into it? Nope. That's not a great idea either. But it's salvageable. I still think the way I should be thinking about this is blocking the pipe, but just don't see how to do that in advance. Because you block the pipe, then Yoshi can spit out the P-balloon, you can reuse the P-balloon, but then you can't push Yoshi. Like, you need P-balloon and P to push Yoshi. Tempest Funk, that's what I'm thinking about, is can I get up without a P-balloon or Yoshi? I don't think you can. And that's the problem, is that maybe if I have something like a P-jump, but I don't see how to do the P-jump from that kind of position, especially because we do need a P-switch in order to block the pipe. So I was thinking earlier that if I made contact with the P-balloon quickly enough, that I can avoid hitting the P-switch at the bottom. then that would be correct. Because then the P-switch would still get a block there. But... yeah, then... what if the P-switch is down there, though, and I have the P-balloon... ah, no, here's the issue, is that I'm taking damage and losing the P-balloon when I'm placing the P-switch down there. What if I found a way to place the P-switch by bumping it over, for instance, such that I'm still in the P-balloon form, and I'm able to push Yoshi and the P-switch over? Like, if I can drop the P without losing the P-balloon, that's what I'm going for. Because currently I am picking up the P-balloon again once I've bumped it up here. But if I'm able to do like a repeated nudge, which I have done before because I played Nuku Kaza's stuff, then maybe I can do that. But it does feel like it's a bit mechanics dependent. Like, it doesn't really feel like a puzzle solution as such. Because what if... whoops. What if we hit timeout? What if I do this? Bump Yoshi up as before. And then try to... nudge the P... I kind of need to face the left wall to bump the P over to the right, though. No, that's going to be a little too tricky to do, I think. Because I was hoping to bump the P-switch all the way over here as the P-balloon. And if I can do that, I'm actually in okay shape. Because that way, let's say I have the P-switch dropped here while I'm already in P-balloon form, then I can touch the new P-balloon. And no new P-balloon will spawn after that because the P-switch will be blocking that location, right? But I think I do have a way to do it, which is to... okay, no. I don't have time to execute this, but I have a way to do it. What I do is I park the P-switch on top of Yoshi. Then I go down and grab a P-balloon. Then I nudge Yoshi in such a way that the P drops down to the pipe. Then I have Yoshi on top. I have the P-switch blocking the pipe, and I am in the P-balloon form. Okay, I have something I want to try. I have something very specific I want to try now, so we'll try to make a breakthrough here. I'm describing it verbally, but I'll try to illustrate what I'm going for, in case it's totally unclear. So what I want is, I want P-switch blocking this. I want Yoshi on top, and I want to have the P-balloon, so I can snatch a new P-balloon and have no more respawn. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to park Yoshi plus P over here, and then I'm going to bump Yoshi in such a way that the P does a free fall. Does P-switch on Yoshi's back still block the pipe? I tried to test that earlier and I couldn't actually set it up. I'm not 100% sure. I feel like it should, but I couldn't actually do it. Because by that point, the P-balloon had already spawned, and if I go down to try to hit P and then Yoshi on a double stack over here, I would still cross over a P-balloon that had refreshed from the pipe. Because Yoshi would need to be holding the P-balloon when you do that. Like when you do the setup, right? Otherwise the P-balloon just spawns there in advance. If that's clear at all. So let's grab this. Let's grab the P-switch. And oops. And yeah, definitely taking a bit of a sip over here myself. That's how we keep going. Let's do this the hard way. Because that's what we do. So the idea is that I want to bump Yoshi and the P up here. Whoa, no, we don't want to do that. But we want to do this. We want to eventually grab the P-balloon, come up here, and notice how the P-balloon doesn't respawn. We want to do that exact interaction, but with Yoshi in this position. That's what I'm going for. Right now, I can still do it, because Yoshi can grab the P from this side. And we'll see if I can set it up. It's going to be a little bit tricky. But I think I know how to do it. Okay. Let's bump Yoshi out a little bit, first of all, just to make him accessible. Let's not fall down or hit the P-switch. Then let's park Yoshi right here. Oh, here's a problem. When I walk over, I think I'm going to bump Yoshi... Oh, shoot. That's not what I want. That's a problem. Hang on. I mean, we can always try to just fall into this, and... That was almost right, actually. Like, we just tried to fall into it directly. That was actually almost right. Like, if we just try to hold the P-switch and then fall in and then let go, except we don't want the P to bump to the right. Actually, why don't I just do that? Why don't I just carry the P-switch and just fall in? No, because I can't ride Yoshi if I'm holding the P-balloon. But no, but then the P will have fallen into this location, and that's fine. Okay, okay. Overthinking it. Let's try something simpler. This is going to be a simpler way to do it. Why don't I just fall down into that location while holding the P and do it that way instead? Because... No, there is a specific reason I can't do that. No, that's okay. You still want Yoshi on top of the cliff on the left side. Let's not enter the door. Yeah, you still want Yoshi to the left of the pipe when you do that. Because you want to ride Yoshi and fall on top of the P-switch while the P-switch is blocking the pipe. And we'll go back and try it. So. Okay. Let's go down. Grab this. Okay. And yeah, we'll get over here. No. All right, fine. We'll just mess this up in every possible way. And I knew I had time trouble earlier, so I might as well just reset, because it might take me a while to set things up properly at the end. Okay, let's get over here. And let's go down. The balloon. Pump it. Swallow. And over here. There we go. Okay. There we are. Place it well out of the way. Just for safety. Let's move it over just a slight half tile over, perhaps. Yeah, much better. Just to give myself ample room to throw. Okay, I want Yoshi to stay available. And then I want to hold the P-switch and take it down. So let's be very careful about this. Very, very careful about this. Let's get Yoshi up here. Dismount. And then I'm going to fall down while facing left. That was much easier than what I had in mind. Assuming we, of course, that we can... You know what? Let's swallow this. And then jump. Not dealing with that. Okay, spent most of our time executing the last step, but thank you for the GGs, and thank you, Bird Dog, for the puzzle. Excellent work, as always, in terms of putting the twist right in front of the player the whole time. And Red Knight, good to see you. Okay, I did promise Tempest Funk would be next. Tempest Funk has 2 different puzzles that are being considered for the next Grikowski contest. We'll look at least one of them. We'll see if we have time for both. Yeah, intricate but not that mechanically complicated. That's exactly it. Okay. Let's take a look at this. How King Bob-omb stole Peemus. The king has stolen tools, the peas, pows, springs, and shells. Yeah, I didn't look at the details, but I understand that the Stolen Tools contest, which Grikowski is hosting, and which will this time feature Carl Sagan 42 as one of the players and judges, has a requirement to create a puzzle that doesn't involve this sort of typical object handling. And so it'll be very interesting to see what the results are. I see that there might be bombs involved as a way of dodging that particular stipulation, but let's see what happens. Yeah, Red, I hope you're doing well. And it did occur to me, Tempest Funk, that this might be one of your better pathways to getting Carl's attention for the escape rooms, which honestly is long, long overdue. Oh, there also needs to be a boss villain, hence King Bob-omb. Okay, okay. Very interesting. Also very interesting that, of course, using the SMB2 mushroom will give you tons of object handling that is not the typical object handling. So what are we looking at here? We see doors over here that are connected. We see an exit pipe. I think it's an exit pipe. And because the idea would be that you would go through the door pair that's in the bottom right corner, and then you need that to be done while you are in the on state. No clear condition that we need to deal with, at least none that I can see. We have ice blocks that can be broken by either the fire flower or the bomb, and we have a stump that is placed in such a way that it doesn't look like it can actually be claimed by the SMB2 mushroom, given its positioning. So we would need to deal with the stump some other way, or have it drop off the track differently depending on spawn. This block over here is interesting. Okay. On switches seem to be placed in such a way that while you can hit them from the bottom, they might also be bomb activated. A fire flower will also allow you to blow things up. Let's play. I don't know if the door spawn is going to do anything different for me. Here we can see that there is a bomb here initially as part of the stump setup. Let's just watch this a few times. Just going to watch the top left corner here. And the fire flower comes out of the red pipe, but the fire flower only does that once before it's blocked off by the muncher. Which is interesting because if you hit the on-off switch, that means the fire flower is going to wind up in this location here. Just watching that stump a few more times, I just want to see what we could possibly do with the stump. Because right now that's not clear to me. We can use the stump to be a crusher, actually. If we want to get out of the fire flower state and take damage, then we can be crushed back to Small Mario. We could do that out of SMB2 as well if we need to do so. And some spike damage is available. We don't know... Okay, no, this blaster is going to be SMB2 mushroom. Let's watch that. Is that true? Or am I at... Oh, wait, I'm holding it. Let me just take a look at once more. I'm just going to watch the blaster on the top right to make sure I Confirm. No, it's a 1-up mushroom. Okay, SMB2 mushroom is coming through the red pipe. And yeah, Bird Dog, it's been a struggle to work without the items. Absolutely. I can see why that's kind of the meat and potatoes of this challenge. So yeah, 1-up mushroom comes out of the blaster. The blaster is not really going to be important, except as a blocking piece. That is being regulated by the bomb. What does the SMB2 mushroom do for me? That's the first thing that we should be considering. If I hit the on-off switch, I get access to the Fire Flower. The Fire Flower gives me access to the bomb. It gives me access to... no, because hitting the on-off switch drops the bomb. And also... well, this allows you to respawn through the door now, though, in the Fire Flower form, except we can't get through the one-tile gap. Also, we have this coming down. However, we did destroy both bombs, and we now have access to this guy over here. Which might be interesting, because then I can get myself crushed. And if I get myself crushed, then I can go through the door in the on state. Yeah, it enforces that the door is a full reset with getting back into small form and getting into the on state. The thing that will not reset is the destruction of the bricks, unless, of course, they contain vines. And Bird Dog, you must sleep. Yes, you must, from time to time, if you are to make more puzzles. So thanks for dropping by at this very late hour. And I'm glad we managed to solve yours in a reasonable amount of time this time around. Let's see what we can do. I think the step forward at this point is going to be to take damage and come through here, and we'll see which blocks stay destroyed. We'll see if the bombs actually are a full reset. They are a full reset. Okay. So this door then isn't going to preserve anything except for probably the destruction of the ice blocks when we get to that, because everything has vines in it. So we should rethink things. However, having access to vines might be important at some point, who knows. So the way I should be thinking about this is, what can I do with the SMB2 mushroom once I have done the whole sequence with the Fire Flower? What would I even want to pick up with that? Yeah, because the idea here is that I want to eventually go through this door, but I need to go through this door without having busted the floor under it, unless there's an object that I can place there. But if I have the Fire Flower, I can, of course, hit this bomb. And that's going to blow that up. But at this point, I can't access SMB2. The snowball here seems kind of important, actually. Oh, that's the other thing, is that because we're in the snow theme, which I think is another project requirement because it's Christmas or something, I can see why you have everything blocked off. It's specifically to prevent the SMB2 mushroom from being used for snowball pickups out of nowhere, except in this location. If you have the SMB2 mushroom, you can pick up a snowball here. Why would we want to do that? And can we do that, given that the second activation is going to drop the blaster and prevent you from getting the SMB2 mushroom in the first place? I actually feel like the thing this is supposed to prevent is doing the snowball pickup on the right side. But then why would you want to do that? Let's think about this. Because you can get the SMB2 mushroom safely here, then you can do snowball pickup. The snowball pickup doesn't really do anything for you, though. Except for maybe hitting some things on the side. Let's reset this and take a look once again. Like, one thing you can hit from the side, of course, is the on-off switches. We don't know how to use the top on-off switch yet. I was assuming that it would either be a bomb detonation here or, of course, a snowball throw. Bomb detonation would make more sense, given that you would, for example, want to run over here and then have a switch activation in the off state. What happens if we do enter the door in the off state? Let's think about that. I don't think you can, but it's going to spawn block the bomb, but leave all of the bricks on top of it intact, and therefore allow you to go through the door. So I think maybe that is actually the thing we should be going for, is some kind of remote activation of the on-off switch that will allow me to get through this while in the off state. You go through the door while you're in the off state. This gate is open and the bricks remain intact. I still don't know what the ice blocks are for on the left side, and I still don't really know. I guess the reason that you have the red pipes and munchers set up the way they do for the item spawns is to make sure the reset actually gives you the power-ups on each reset, but only gives you the power-ups once. Like, it's basically a reset mechanism, or part of the reset mechanism. Yeah, because as soon as we hit the on-off switch the second time, this drops, we no longer have access to SMB2. So, and of course the activation of this bomb is going to be instant. Since it's instant, that's fine, because I can still get upstairs. We switch to SMB2 now. Then, I have access to this. Why is that important? Because it would allow me to... Well, I can use as many of these as I want, basically. So, for example, if I dropped... Oh, well, I can't really soft drop it, but... Notice that there's another bomb that's going to come down on top of that blaster. If I hit the on-off switch a second time, I don't know if that gets me anything. But anyway, this is progress. We have access to a snowball. We know that... well, with the SMB2 mushroom, I can't actually carry anything through a door, but I can sit on top of a snowball in order to... Like, if I am able to ride on top of a snowball somehow, if I can get on top of it safely anywhere, then I might be able to get through a door. Time is up. Time is up already, okay. This is 500 seconds, so I just spent a lot of time talking. Or resetting. Anyway, we have some progress. That's fine. I don't need it. At least I don't think I do. I am still thinking about these ice blocks up here, because they look really quite suspicious. And I don't know how to make use of that. Because I don't know how that area is accessible unless I have a bomb that I can place in one of these locations. The problem with that currently is that... Do I have a way to drop a snowball and stop it without it breaking? I don't think I do. I think the snowball is pretty much never going to do that for me. Is there something I can do with the vines, though? Let me think about that. And is there a way I could ride the snowball by getting ahead of it? I don't think so. But is there a reason I would want to whack this from the side? I have access to a bomb. That's important. But I don't have access to a bomb now because of... Ah, yes, this is the bomb that was on top of the blaster. That's actually really important because now that I know about that bomb, yes, this is how you do it. You stand on the right side. You throw the snowball. The snowball hits the on-off switch while you're standing on top of the bomb on the right side. And then you use the bomb to destroy the hard blocks over here. The hard block destruction is going to be preserved through the next door reset. So that's progress. We caught that. Okay, let's do this. And I know I'm not really checking this for any kind of edge cases or cheese. Or anything like that in terms of breaking timings or whatever. I'll just try to get the solution first and then we'll see what to do from there. Okay, we can in fact get a lot of different bombs to slowly break our way across. And no, we can't because that bomb is only going to spawn once. But we can now go through the reset door with this open, and that's going to change the state of the puzzle, and that's really important because that will allow me to probably smuggle a bomb after that whole series of interactions up here and blow that up steadily, except of course these are vines. You would need to switch to a fire flower in order to then pop the ice blocks to the left after that, which we'll do in just a bit. Okay, so same deal here. Once we have two activations of the on-off switch, also notice that we have access to a snowball here. Which is important because if we have access to a snowball here, it means that I'm able to do all this without grabbing the fire flower first. So let's get a bomb. Whoops, no, we can just hit this. First time, we can even hit it the second time. And it's not going to be a big deal, I don't think. Yeah. We can even hit it a third time. No, I blew up the bomb, okay. Right, no, because we need to get rid of this guy. Can I get rid of the bomb there with a snowball? I think I should be able to. Yeah, that was the thing we were missing. Let's reset this round. That's a simple fix. Okay, no, that's a very straightforward thing to fix. Tap this. We have access to a snowball right away. We don't need access to this one here by blowing out the bomb, so we'll just, whoops, remove the bomb this way. Yeah, because then the bomb doesn't get crushed by the blue block up top. We tap this. Bomb comes down, we use the bomb to destroy that location. That we use a fire flower to blow up that location. And on the next reset, we're going to have a slightly different object placement. I feel like we could have done that better, but that's okay. We just needed one block. No, we probably needed both, but I just needed to bounce the fire shot better. Actually, I just needed to fire from over here, so we'll go back and fix that. Let's grab another fire flower. Yeah, because it's going to hit the coin block and then fall down again, so we'll redo this round. Ultimately, the thing I'm going for, I think, is a remote bomb activation over here, once again followed by something over there. The reason that we want to unblock that, then, is so I don't run across the fire flower the next time I come over here, I think. But so we will do this interaction first to see if that's the case, and think about whether there was some kind of shortcut that was being prevented there. Yeah, hug this. Then we grab a bomb afterwards. Whoops. Okay, grab the fire flower. Let's bounce it properly this time. There we go. Now, the next time that happens, the fire flower, I think, will get carted all the way across to the right side. That'll be important because it means that we might be able to figure out how to walk a bomb over here and block it. Let me see if that's actually the case. Let's reset and see what we're dealing with after this reset. Just to see what the situation is. Ah, fire flower now falls down there. That's interesting. Why do we want that, though? It's because now the fire flower can be obtained right away from the on state, which then allows me to shoot this bomb immediately without any further complication there. We can then blow up the other bomb. But why would I want to do that? Why would I want to blow up that bomb? I don't really want to make it explode because what I want is for the off state. What I want is for the off state to be something that we can activate without destroying the floor over there. And hitting the on-off switch is going to blow everything up immediately. And fire actually isn't going to bounce all the way here anyway. Yes, it is. Okay. So that just does everything I did previously, except it does so with the on state active. We probably don't want that. But then why would I want to only blow up the first bomb? Because then I can make the muncher drop. Why would I want to do that? Yeah, because the object here is to try to retain this bridge as something usable. Here's the thought, though. That using the SMB2 mushroom, I can actually step on a bomb. But if you go through the door, you need to do it with the on switch. So I actually want to blow this up. I want to blow this up right here. And then I want to switch to the on state, which requires a second bomb detonation, I want to say. Let's walk through this. Let's walk through this. Yeah, because I want to blow up the blocks over the door. To do that, I do this. There we go. But then I want the state to be switched while I'm on this side and while I can get over safely. Now, how can we go about doing that? I was hoping initially that we would do a bomb detonation over here. That if you have a timed bomb on the on-off switch, in order to do that, you would need access to 2 separate bombs, I think. So I need to rethink how I'm blowing this stuff up with a fire flower, because that's clearly the step that I'm not really understanding. And then we'll figure out the rest. But we've got a pretty decent flow through this so far, in terms of understanding what to do from up here. But basically, if I spend one bomb to blow up the bricks that are over the door, I don't know how that remote activation is going to happen without access to something like a second bomb. Now that's assuming, of course, that the bottom right bricks contain vines and will respawn upon reset, and I have every reason to believe that that is the case. I haven't confirmed that, but the structure of the puzzle kind of suggests that to me. We will then reset. Yeah, the last cycle with obtaining the fire flower before having hit the switch is a really important one. That's a step that we're currently missing. And so yeah, we grab this first. We then blow up the top part. Maybe there's something I need to do to release one of the bombs and let it walk. We blow up the top part. Or maybe there's something I need to do... Well, it's something to do with the fire flower and shooting these bombs that I don't understand. Like some kind of timed interaction that I haven't mapped out yet. Because if this bridge has been blown up... Actually, no, I don't think it's going to be blowing up these blocks. The reason I don't think so is because then what is the purpose of having this door? If you can just blow this up directly, why would you ever need to think about this door entry? So I'm thinking that maybe that's not the solution after all. And that our original idea of doing a timed detonation here followed by a door entry on the left side is probably better. And I actually haven't tried that timing yet, like whether or not we can get a bomb here, take damage on a stump, and still get through the door before this activates. That's a lot to take in at once. Let's see. Luca, welcome. What was I even in the middle of doing? I was trying to drop one additional bomb so I could blow this up over here. That's fine, we can do that. Okay, fire flower. Then we can change the placement of the fire flower. So we need to think about this now. What do I do once I grab the fire flower and have access to shooting this? Why do I ever want to shoot that? Because if I shoot that bomb... Because right now, if I don't shoot the bomb in advance, it just drops with the muncher, right? If I do shoot the bomb, why would I want to blow it up? I need to reset and look at the initial brick setup, I think, to answer that accurately. Yeah, let's reset. And let's watch the bottom bombs very carefully in terms of what they're doing. So I have access to SMB2. I have access to Fire Flower. Fire Flower allows me to hit the bomb. And if I blow out the bomb, I open a passage. So the only thing that bomb does for me, if I shoot it now, is it allows me to hit the bomb that's on the right side with another Fire Flower. I don't see why I would want to do it, though. I can, however, use a snowball to remove that bomb. I think that's the idea. Because I don't want to blow it up with a fire flower, but opening up the passage allows me to remove it with a snowball. Like that. Then I can safely hit this. Then I can use an additional bomb to do a time detonation over here when I'm standing over here. The on-off switch detonates using the top right bomb. I go through the door, I win. I think that's correct. So what we're going to do is I'm going to drop this first. Then I'm going to tap that again. Then I'm going to drop this over here and come up to the right side. We enter. We enter. And, okay, boss time. Oh, okay, no, we killed the boss and then that releases all of this stuff that he's been stashing away. In keeping with the theme. Here we go. That's not actually an accessible 50 coin, but that's fine. We'll just coast all the way here and grab a 10 coin and go. So, all right, thank you for that, Tempest Funk. Seems in pretty good shape. I don't know what edge case you needed to fix, if there was a particular thing you wanted to debug in this one. Yeah, let's take a look at the second one. And that will likely be the last viewer thing I do today. Then we'll just do some other catch-up at the end, but I'd be quite happy to do it. In December Puzzle 2, as yet untitled, this is going to be another Stolen Tools playtest. Okay, Magikoopa. Okay, it gives you the Master Sword at the very beginning. Master Sword switches into the Fire Flower right away. That's not really avoidable. I actually didn't see if there's a reset that respawns you right from the start. I just want to take a look at the starting screen quickly. Seemed like there was something at the top left. Might have just been a bomb. The ice block to the right of this red pipe is breakable. That might eventually do some kind of power-up spawn. Let me think about the objective. We have two pairs of doors. We have a door that's going to act as a power-up reset. And likely that's how things are going to be matched. We need to defeat the Magikoopa. And we have 3 red pipes as well as a breakable block that is in the bottom middle. So as far as exits go, the likeliest exit looks like it's going to be the bottom red pipe. But I don't actually know that for a fact, so let's just see how the doors are matched. That's going to be matched to the power-up reset, or at least something that gets you to Super Mario. Notice that we can do an additional reset if we go through here and become small. Hitting the on-off switch does what? It breaks, or rather closes this. It also gives me access to the Boo if I want to... Whoops. Take damage over there. Oh, yes, it also allows the bomb here up top to break the ice. It breaks the ice over there, it also breaks the ice over here. So once we go through this and hit the on-off switch, then this passage gets closed off. Oh, I see. So, yeah. Okay, so that becomes one way over here. That's understandable. Scroll is going to push you this way. Notice that the Magikoopa transforms something to a coin that I wasn't watching. And then... yeah, something at the bottom of that track got transformed. So I can grab the Master Sword now because it comes out of that pipe. And that's not going to do anything for me. I do need to go through the door. Take damage like that. Okay, unless of course we... well, first of all, let's see what we can do. Is there anything I can bomb over here? I don't think there is. So what can I interact with now that I have the Master Sword in this location? There's Dabu over here. The only thing it's going to do is damage me, so probably... however, Dabu gets me in a damaged state. If I'm in a damaged state and I pick up the Master Sword, then I can go through here and keep the Master Sword. And that's how you do it. This allows me to bomb this location, so yeah, that's not going to be the final exit. It's going to get me somewhere else, or get me an item spawn. SMB2, great. SMB2 is going to give me access to snowballs. Actually, switching between Link and SMB2 is going to be important because that allows me to, for example, place a bomb, grab this, get on top of the bomb, and go through the door in the off state. We should, in fact, try that. Using the same kind of interaction. Down here? Oh, did I cheese something? The level broke. Okay. Let me know if you have a quick revision you want to press. Oh, I see. Because the Magic Koopa... okay, the flagpole actually is on the screen. The Magic Koopa hits the flagpole at the very start, which is, of course, a trick that's very familiar by now. If we kill the Magic Koopa... why can't I just kill him like this? Yeah, because I feel like there was some stuff we didn't interact with, right? Pretender is an ice block above the on-off switch. Document, I don't know if he shot something he shouldn't, but let's take a look at this one more time. Pretender is an ice block above the on-off switch. Now, why would I want to do that? Yeah, because it looks like Kamek, if you spawn him at the very beginning, he's timed on the tracks in such a way that he actually does go down towards the goal pole right away. I was seeing the goal pole transformed into the coin multiple times, and I never interacted with the skull platform or the boo underneath. That's true. You saw him wipe out at least one block that was probably not intentional. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that was, because... let's try to do this puzzle again just to see if we can do it without the thing that broke, because I felt like I skipped half the stuff that was going on. Ice block above the... ah, this guy. Yeah, I see it. That looks very much like you come through here with... oh, I see, okay. Because I came through here with SMB2, which would allow me to revert the on-off state. But if I came through here with Link, I would be able to drop a bomb and tap it up, right? Okay, yeah, because I just jumped right through here cleanly. And that was perhaps a problem. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Take damage, fall through. Drop this. Let's walk through this whole sequence again, though, just to see what I can do with it. So I can revert the on-off state, even if I can't do anything more than that for the time being. Once I revert the on-off state, then what happens? The bombs respawn, and that doesn't do anything for me. But then, if I am able to grab the Master Sword now and come through here, then I can bomb this with the Master Sword, and then we can proceed with the puzzle. Yep. Except, now I am unable to take damage from the Boo. That's important. However, I can take damage from a bomb, but only if I spawn the bomb in advance. Which will allow me to... Yeah, I need to grab the sword without popping all the way up, which I know I can do. I thought I could do it anyway with a ground pound cancel. I did it earlier. It's a little bit finicky and maybe not the correct way to do it, but... There we go. Nope. Too early. Okay. No, hang on. I need to spawn the bomb ahead of time. And then I need to... But you see what I'm doing here. I'm trying to take damage and go through with Master Sword without using the Boo. Which feels like it might actually be a break. I'm not really sure, though. Let's go through here. There we go. I don't see an alternate way to do it, though. I think that actually is correct. But then why couldn't I just have done that earlier and skipped some of this? Because I would not have been able to come through with the Master Sword prior to the first on-off sequence. Okay, so that looks like it's okay. Nothing's too broken. Well, now we break the ice blocks. But then I need to figure out what's going on with the Skull Platform. Skull Platform is going to go to the left. It's going to push the blaster and hit the bomb, maybe? I actually don't know. But we still have access to SMB2 over here. We still have access to a lot of stuff, actually. Let's see what this does. The stump position looks like if we activate this platform, then that is able to move the stump. Let's just do this to figure out the flow. Whoops. Fixed version is up now, okay. I may as well just switch to that then, but let me just walk through this attempt first so I can see what's going on here with this gate. Obviously I can hit myself at any given points using Link. But there's no reason to do that here because we'll take damage off the Boo. We will drop the stump. The stump may close that off depending. I think it should be jumpable, but I'm not really sure. No point in taking the stump, of course, because I will drop it if I hit the Boo. Ah, yes, okay. The purpose of doing that whole gate is to prevent you from coming up through here for an additional Master Sword. That's not a problem, however, if I take damage with the Master Sword and... Let me think about this. I want to activate the on-off switch now. I want to get on top of something here now, which may or may not be the stump. I can, in fact, send a stump down... Whoops. If I can jump through here? No, I can't. Okay. So that does close off because of the offset. That's probably specifically what it's intended to do. However, I can always come up through here. And then I can break this. Means that there's no possibility of picking up the stump, but it allows me to come through here with SMB2, which then does what? What does that do for me? Why would I want to be able to come through this gate? I want to keep the Master Sword. And Yeah, I want to keep the Master Sword through here. I can't actually do a sword bump with any of this because of the placement of the donut blocks and the placement of the pipe, actually. And then possibly... Yeah, I guess I wasn't able to come through here with the SMB2 mushroom intact so I could pick up the stump. We'll have to figure that out. Now the question is there something I can do with the boo? I don't think I can snowball the boo or anything like that. So right now the question is there a way that I can get through here with no stump? And indeed, should I have killed the stump or found some other way to deal with it? Hitting the blue is going to revert me to... Super Mario. Don't see why that's useful yet. But maybe... Oh, I should check one thing, whether this makes contact with sword. No, it doesn't. This will be too long cooldown to get through safely. So it's not going to be this. Yeah, that actually quite specifically gates you off, so... I don't think you can run back and forth like that. Let's look at the new version. Okay, let me just go back to your profile, actually. Okay, so unsticking myself from the entire right half of the level is the current task at hand. We know how to do a lot of stuff up to that point. Let's see here. Yeah, I want to come down here as... No, I can just hit this first. Let's do that. Come back. Take damage. Nope, too late. I want the sword right over the door. So there's no wait. Blow this up. SMB to it. Whoops. Whoops. Never mind. Let's do it again. Tap this guy, go back. Go Link once again. Take damage. Yeah, kind of satisfying to do that sequence from taking damage boost from the Boo to taking damage boost from yourself as the logical extension. So, we need to think about this stump. Ideally, I'd actually drop the stump somehow, like escort the stump using SMB2, such that I'm able to bring the stump over here. That's what I would like to do. But in order to do that, we need to prevent the stump from falling in a location that's going to block me completely. And currently, I don't see how to do that. But before we do that, we should break as much as we can over here. we'll have to break it all eventually anyway, so. Yeah, currently the only way through is going to be through here, so. So here I'm thinking, is there some way that I can... I mean, this is going to be a fast platform, it's on wings, I can't really come back here and try to drop it or obstruct it. Yeah. Yeah, that's not really going to change its placement at all. SMB2 Mushroom, again, is going to get me back upstairs, but... at what cost? So here's the thing, I can kill the stump. I don't really want to kill the stump. I want to find some other way of dealing with it. Like using a shield or... But if I kill the stump, then I can jump through here normally and survive with the SMB2 Mushroom up to this point. Why would I want to survive with the SMB2 Mushroom up to this point? That's the current question. What can I do with the SMB2 Mushroom from up here that I mean, I can't do anything with the stump because I have to destroy it first. Unless there's a way to move it first. Like, if we can find some way to bump the stump further, or move it in some other fashion. Or if there's something that we can do using a snowball. That would be ideal. Is there something I can do... Is there some way to kill a boo? That's the thing that I've forgotten about. Like, Spiny Hat does that, Bone Shell does that. I don't think SMB2 can actually do that. But let me think. If I come up here on the right side with the SMB2 Mushroom, what I can do is drop through here, turn into Super Mario. Why would I want to do that? I want to survive with Link, because Link might be able to get within range of... Bottom left bomb? No, that doesn't make sense. It's not going to be it. I want to get up here with the SMB2 Mushroom eventually, when the state is off, so I can kill the Magic Koopa the way I've been doing before. But I think in order to do that, I have to get through the door. The objective should be to get through the door, and so I need to think about how to place an object down there. Probably using the same Master Sword and SMB2 conjunction as before, but currently I don't have a good way to move the sword or survive with it. Can I pick up the sword using the SMB2 Mushroom? Now, here's an idea. Here's an idea. Because of the donut blocks there. I feel like the answer to this is no, or I would have seen it before. I would have seen this before. No. No. Didn't think so. What can I do? I can pick up snowballs. I can pick up bombs. That would have been cool. But it's one of those things where, like, 100% I would have seen it in some puzzle already if that were actually the case. And it doesn't make sense relative to how power-ups work in this game, so... can I do with this? I can pick up snowballs. I can't actually do anything else, as far as I can see. I can, perhaps, do like a bomb drop somewhere. I feel like it has to be SMB2 Mushroom grabbing the stump, and that if the stump gets offset in this location, that's already too late. That I've already lost something at that point. I'm at 40 seconds because I've spent like the last few minutes staring at this state of the puzzle. So currently we don't know how to deal with the Skull Gate, and that's the main issue. We have the SMB2 Mushroom. We don't really have anything else I can do. I never get soft lock in this, yeah. Doesn't look like I should be, but we'll see. It is something I'm missing here. I'm going to time out. If I can never get soft locked here, well, yeah, that's an important thing to know, actually, because it establishes that destroying the stump is not wrong. Or at least destroying the stump is something that you would at least be able to reset out of. So that's actually an important clue because it tells me about the stump. Because right now the step I'm worried about is Link destroying the stump, in terms of whether that kills that cycle or is part of that cycle. I feel like it is part of that cycle, but I have no idea what to do with the SMB2 Mushroom from that point, at least not yet. So everything up to that point, though, right now looks pretty correct. So let's just try to get back there quickly without too many resets along the way. Okay. And it's going to be nice and quick. And then, yeah, same idea here. Whoops, let's do it again. I feel like this ground pound here is something that a lot of people will miss. But that's okay. We got that quickly, so. And like I said, it is suggested by the damage boost from the Boo earlier. I feel like it's not unprecedented by any means. We haven't actually used the Link shield bump at all. I wonder if using the shield to position the stump is going to be part of this. But I don't see how it can be because of the activation of the blue platform. Unless you're supposed to activate the blue platform from below. Which is something I'm strongly considering right now, in fact. Hang on. Did I mess this up? Yes, I did. Okay. Oh, yeah, I messed this up. Hang on. I need to have my invincibility frames. Let's pay attention. Okay. Here's something I haven't tried yet. Activate this first. Then try to get under the stump and bump it. Can I do that without getting hit by the Boo? I don't know if I can. Feels like the Boo is in a very inconvenient position for that. Yeah, that's not going to work. In fact, that will force a reset unless... I mean, I can drop the donut block with the SMB2 Mushroom, but there's no point in doing that. So let's just go back and redo this attempt here. In fact, yeah, the sizing of the Boo seems like it specifically prevents that from happening. Let's break the top. I am kind of automatically breaking up the ice blocks at the top without really thinking about it. Wonder if I'm going up too soon for that then. Now, we do know that as soon as you go up there, though, that you're going to be trapped because of the spike platform, or the skull platform, rather. Skull platform's going to come over here, unload this guy. Can we prevent that from happening? Probably not. Looks like this is going to be very much an intended gating mechanism. Can I shield out of this? Can I do something else with it? Or if I can survive through the middle with the SMB2 mushroom, perhaps. I feel like we just don't have a good way to deal with the boo. Because you can do this, you can do this, jump back out. Yeah, everything here is pretty carefully time-gated in such a way that the stump is going to be a problem. Well, let's get back to the state we were in earlier, because if it isn't a locked state, we should be able to find some way to progress through it. And we can think about what opening the stump will do for me. Right now, obviously, the boo is the big inconvenience here. I'm not really considering what the donut blocks are doing for me other than acting as a timing gate. I don't know, that might be a bit of a blind spot. Currently, we don't have a way to reset any of the platforms or stump or anything. I feel like we just have to progress from this state. That's just going to break the ice. The snow, rather. Well, let me think about what my objective is here. My objective is that I need an object here to get through the door. Because once I get up there with the ice block removed, then I hit the off switch and then I finish the puzzle the same way I did earlier when it broke. I see now that the fix must be the way you've parked the Magikoopa up in the top right, right? If that's the difference from the earlier version. Although I think it's still placed in such a way that it's still going to be killed by the snowball. Maybe. Speaking of snowballs, that's the only thing I have access to right now that I haven't really considered yet. Yeah, he can't shoot magic now because he's pointing off screen, or yeah, I guess he's bunched up against the ground blocks. That's what's happening there. He's crashing into ground tiles. Okay, I've got to think about this for a moment without running down the clock. Because running down the clock is a bit of an issue right now in terms of forcing a repeat. What am I trying to do? I would like to have access to this location with the Master Sword intact. I know I can get upstairs using SMB2. Can I place the Master Sword somewhere different? Can I also do something with the slopes, perhaps? Actually, here's something interesting. Here's something interesting. I said... Here's something interesting. Aha! That's satisfying. That's really satisfying, actually. Now, why did the stump matter for that? Because I think the positioning of the snowball is such that you do need to stump out of the way in order to do it. So yeah, like thinking about getting up top once the stump was unblocked was actually a huge red herring. So that's kind of a nice solution. Yeah, it blocks the snowball from doing the ramp stuff, given its travel time. Yeah, thinking about the snowball reversal was really the entire trick at the end. And I guess having the Master Sword respawn at the end is just an anti-locking mechanism, so you can do that loop endlessly until you figure it out. Obviously, I'm always fond of the Magikoopa flag interaction. It's something we don't see enough in one-screen puzzles, partly because of how difficult it is to manage positionally, but I think it works quite well here. Which puzzle did I enjoy more? That's really hard to say. I think I have to look over this and think about it in terms of what would be better as a contest submission. Like, I'd need to sort of read more about the contest in detail and maybe see what some other people are doing. They both kind of have their own unique thing to recommend them. It's kind of interesting that in this one you barely even notice that you don't have the usual items available to you. Yeah, I found the Bob-omb sequence to be pretty satisfying, though, in terms of understanding how certain interactions have to be repeated multiple ways. I mean, I enjoyed them both a lot. It's more that, like, for the purposes of a contest, especially one where you've got certain requirements to keep the submissions moving, I have to think about this, and I think I'll probably follow up with you about that. Because they both have some pretty distinctive stuff to recommend them. But maybe for the purposes of something like the contest, the Bob-omb one works out better in terms of having like some of the items or interactions reused over different cycles. I mean, this one does that too, actually, with, you know, the damage boost in the beginning and some of the stuff near the end, but it seems like this puzzle is a little more compartmentalized, I guess, in terms of the different stages operating kind of in isolation. Like the whole damage boost loop in the top left is kind of its own thing, and the slope loop on the right side is its own thing. But the use of the Magikoopa is kind of a really nice touch, though. So, hard to say. I think this will take some thought. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. That's the bomb one is a better puzzle, but the magic one has cooler tech. Yeah, because the magic one does more with using things like offsets and, you know, forcing some positional thinking that's not aligned to a tile-by-tile grid, even with that damage boost that you do with Link. I have a feeling that might be controversial, even though I found it fairly easy to spot. But again, like, using the Magikoopa flag is a really nice touch. So. But I think in terms of having the loops kind of use the entire screen in multiple ways over multiple cycles, maybe the Bob-omb one works better. So, who knows? Although I guess in terms of the boss requirement, the Magikoopa one has the benefit of having the boss idea be much more directly integrated into the puzzle itself. Like, I don't know how strict Grokowski is being this time about the one-screen requirement in terms of having everything be a part of the one-screen puzzle. But depending on how stringent he is about that, that might be something that will affect your decision here. Because I know that was a consideration for some of the Yoshi puzzles in the last contest as well. And hey, Greggy Spike, welcome. And Greggy Spike, we have not finished the Metroid level yet. I'm doing a puzzle day today, but I will see if I can follow up with that. Like, definitely the next time we do an unfinished business stream, which if I can do it tomorrow, I will, but it might have to be next week. But the Metroid level is going to be first priority for that. So, if you have a puzzle, yeah, sure, we can take a look at it quickly. But yeah, I really do want to finish the Metroid one. It just won't happen today. You said it's only a puzzle that needs to be one screen. Level entrances and exits don't need to be a part of it. Greggy Spike, I think I've played Pow 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 before. I didn't finish it at the time. Unless it was revised. There was some reason I couldn't figure it out. But I remember staring at this one for a while. So, I'll see if I can make some progress with it. I played this, I think, months ago. And I remember there was something that got me stuck. But we'll see. I won't spend too long on this because I don't know that I'll be able to do anything new with it. And I do have a really big list to catch up on. But I'll try to at least give it a fresh look and see if I have any new insights. So it is kind of like a swimming quasi-precision puzzle. I do remember that we have to think about the star usage, as well as the P-switch usage when it comes to transforming the coins and also using the Buzzy shell to hit the coin blocks at the bottom as much as possible. Since we do need, I think, every coin, 157. Oh, no, it's at least 157, so I don't know how tight that requirement is. I do seem to recall that we want to use the power to kind of reposition the flotation. That seems like the sensible thing to do anyway. If we can get this to drop properly. So let's do it. Yeah, it's a little bit execution dependent, but we'll try to make it work. Can I drop this in this location? I feel like I should be able to. Because I don't see a better way to progress. Unless I'm supposed to squish the spiny. I feel like I was actually supposed to push or squish it. Like push it forward or something rather than dropping it. No, we can do it like this. That'll open the gate. And yeah, Tempest Funk, thanks for dropping by. If you catch me again before the deadline and you need to make fixes, I may be able to look at that again. That's one of the benefits of not actually judging the contest, is that I can playtest for people in advance. Which I think is maybe difficult to come by for some of the puzzle makers, since a number of the regular puzzle streamers are all involved in judging. What was I even doing with this? I wanted to push this guy out of the way to begin with. I feel like this is the wrong approach. And yeah, if you have a third idea. Like I said, I really hope that this materializes into Carl actually noticing the escape rooms. Because I feel like something like that is way overdue. Yeah, we just kill it directly with a squish. That was a much better way of doing it. Yeah, I remember this spike maybe being a problem, and actually dropping this being a problem. I wanted to pick it up again a second time. There is a second Buzzy that's available that's important. And something here that... Oh, yeah, that's a problem. Okay. We can send us through and it'll kill a bunch of stuff and hit the question blocks. I need to not die to this myself. Nope, I need to also not pick it up myself. That's a bit of a problem when you're trying to position yourself in the water. Hang on. Yeah, I remember that's maybe one of the reasons I didn't get through this one, despite progressing decently, is that it is very execution-based in a way that I wasn't able to resolve. But it's okay if we do that. I don't want to lose the power here, so let's kind of do a bit of an offset. There we go. Can I do this without running into the spike? Yes, I can. Once again, I can probably do the offset over here and still be within range. No, I'm not within range. Okay. Well, I don't want to block myself, so probably need to star to do some of this stuff. Eventually, we'll need to hit the POW or use the POW against a Muncher stack. And I also need to figure out what to do with this on the right side. Because... yeah, this is a potential issue here. Whoops. Maybe I do need to drop this for a moment. I will eventually want to use a shell against the on-off on the right side. But I don't think I need to do that until we have had a chance to hit the question blocks and everything. I don't know if dropping the POW here will be right, actually, given that it's likely to just kill everything. Let's try it. It's not correct, but maybe I can get back into position here and pick up the POW once again. Yeah, just need to reposition slightly. Water influences the number of coins you get from... that's interesting. I wouldn't have expected that. Why would the water influence the number of coins? Oh, you mean from the question blocks, right? Like, because that would be something that's affected by water physics and the movement speed. Okay, I feel like I need to have both shells available, though, and that... hang on. Can I grab this? I'm going to side like I did earlier. There we go. Yeah, that's the issue there, was I seem to recall that when I did the last attempt this many months ago, that I died repeatedly to just letting go of that shell and finding out how to fire it in a way that would be safe. Okay. Yeah, the question blocks. This is exactly it. That's what I thought you meant. This is kind of precise. That's okay, we got it. This doesn't do the same squish as its neighbor that we just passed, which is curious. You would think it would do the same thing, but... apparently not. Still feel like killing everything with this POW on the right side is wrong. Well, we didn't use the POW, we used a shell. Yeah, I was thinking of using the Buzzy for that. The issue is that I'm currently unable to keep the Buzzy alive while grabbing the shell, so... because I am trying to fire the shell to the right side, I just haven't been able to make that work yet. Other thing I can do is maybe fire this. I feel like that's going to deflect and kill me, though. I can also fire against a wall like this, except that just does a reclaim. There we go, that works out. Now, I don't want to hit the P-switch until I've had a chance to actually grab some coins. Notice also that P-switch, there's a coin that's under the star, I see that now. The coin under the star is going to block the star if you go through with the P-switch activated. So the idea would be that I would need to grab these blocks while the P-switch is active, but then go through the doors again in order to grab the star. Assuming... well, yeah, because the blocks, I think... well, I want to carry the power for sure. Let me... see here. Also, do I want the Buzzy Shell? Yes, I do, because that allows me to do this side. Oops, let's not accidentally wear it. That allows me to do this side. And then, it's 96 coins. I need 60. That's a lot of coins that I'm not getting. Because it's going to be 50 coins there, 2 coins over here. I am going to be way short, actually. Probably because I'm not hitting these fast enough. $50 coin over there. Yeah, because I'm short by several coins. I'm missing quite a lot. The P-switch would allow me to grab 3 coins off of the blocks. Possibly 4. Whoops. Everything respawned. Yeah, it's a bad idea because I lost a POW. I wanted to grab this block before. Oh, the Buzzy actually takes a while to fall. Okay, that's important. I'm still way short of the number of coins I need, though. I'm nowhere close. I also never did anything with the on-off switch, which looks like it might be important. But yeah, I've lost access to the POW now, though, so that's bad news. I feel like I had the right idea up to that point. I mean, I did want to collect this thing here. Maybe if I placed the POW a little further out. So I wanted to keep the POW all the way to the very end for sure. So I could do a direct strike on the Munchers. Using the star to hit the shells. No, that's not going to be it either. Let's think about this. Yeah, I can't fire the POW until I've collected all the coins because the POW would drop the coins. And that would be a problem. But I'm still several coins short then. Because I've got 5 coins that are accounted for by the 4 bricks and the coin under the star. So I'm not hitting the question blocks nearly quickly enough. The only way to hit question blocks quickly enough would be to have both shells going at once, perhaps, but then they would run into each other. Because that's just too slow right now, like having the shell bounce back and forth in that location. That just gives you points. It's true that I haven't considered what to do with the on-off switch. The on-off switch is one thing that I've not interacted with at all. And that possibly that does something when it comes to that slot that's to the right side of the P-switch. I don't even know what that's doing, except maybe... I guess hitting the on-off switch does allow you to carry the P-switch. That's the main thing. If you carry the P-switch, then you don't need to traverse the maze while interacting with it, although I think I'd still have some problems with it regardless, so... Okay, let's go down. Once again, I can just use a shell on this side. I don't really need to spend too long there, maybe. Yeah, because I can use the shell there a second time, so let's not deal with that yet then. I am killing the Buzzy right away, but the Buzzy is spawned in the middle area to begin with. Maybe that's going to be important. I feel like I'm so far off the number of coins I actually need. Three, 4, 5, 6. So I'm only getting 6 coins apiece there. That would actually make up the deficit if I were able to fire these any faster. Like, notice that I'm doing this with a shell throw. I think maybe a shell kick is faster. Like if I can do a kick. Let's try that instead, because right now I'm throwing the shell directly, but if I kick it, then that might actually do the trick. In terms of the speed difference, I don't know if the speed difference is going to do that much for me given the underwater drag, but we should try it before I assume anything. The problem, of course, is understanding where to let go of the shell. And yeah, we'll collect all this stuff using the shell as before. Hang on. The problem, of course, is dropping the shell such that the kick is possible, because it's a little difficult to do a soft drop on a shell when you're underwater, given the likelihood that I might accidentally wear it. Like that. Because the thing is, when I try to do a soft drop, I'm actually descending faster than the shell, and so I get under it. I don't want to do that. I want to be floating, but I want to float in such a way that I can kick it to the desired location. Because that would be enough to make the difference. Like, I have enough coins accounted for if I can hit the question blocks faster. If and only if. Okay. That's not where I wanted to take it. Oddly enough, it does get me through here, though. And oddly enough, I actually should be able to get the shell back. If I'm careful. I'm very, very precise. I think I can actually reclaim the shell and survive to tell the tale. Hang on. Except I'm not able to pick it up. So that's an issue. Well, I can always try to bust through with P. No, I need a shell to cut through everything on the right side. However, if I go through the door again, now that I've opened it, the problem is that I'm now short by 1 coin, but I think I can make up that deficit with the coin block. So let's say we do this. And let's say I kick this guy first of all. Now, I'm going to try this. And actually, yeah, I should be able to kill with the POW now, but let's just climb here. No, that guy's going too high now, because there's no Buzzy pushing it. Hang on. Let's go to this position. Kill it like that. And then I can just do a straight grab now. Problem is that I'm still going to have some trouble here. I want to, I think, drop this POW and pick it back up down below. Oh no, this is a problem. Okay. That's okay, we'll pick it back up. We'll pick it back up. If it's going to come up for me? No. I think that's an issue. That's... Now I can't get it back. Yeah, I was hoping to hit it with the POW, but clearly that's not the case. Yeah, because I was trying to open up a slot down here so I could place the shell and then kick it down below. But we kind of messed that one up, so let's do it again. Okay. I can actually hit this guy right away and race it. I feel like that's way better, in fact. Much, much better. I feel like that's the clear check method. Okay, so I probably don't want to mess with this guy when it comes to swimming. I would like to do this, though. That, like, if I can sneak around this guy without dying, then I can kill the first one with the POW, and then I can sneak around. Yeah, like that. And then I can do a shell kick for the rest. Let's place the POW up here so we have it nice and accessible. Then I'm going to do a soft drop somewhere here and then kick. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, still 6. Still not enough. We're at 95 coins. We have 3 coins on the left. That's 98. We're still in the same situation as before. We're short by several. That's still not good enough. And... whoops. Well, I mean, that's kind of a dead attempt anyway. Yeah, so I haven't figured out what to do with the question blocks right now. That's the main obstacle. And you seem to be hinting at something. Whoops. But let's see what that is. I also don't know what to do with the on-off switch yet. I don't see what that's for. Also, yeah, I missed the opportunity to do the early Buzzy thing. Let's go fast so I can do that. We can always come back for coins later. Come on. Let's kick this guy. Well, that's the thing. I was trying to do the shell kick rather than the shell throw. And I wasn't able to pick up enough speed with that. Like, I've tried it with a kick. And it's not doing what I wanted to do. Okay. Let's just kick this guy down here first. Let's use the POW to open up this corner. I mean, I could try to sort of swim into the release where I kind of dash forward with the shell as I throw it. Like where I kind of swim forward and throw. Seems to be the only thing I can think of in terms of influencing the speed in a different way. Like where we swim and then release. Actually, that does make a difference even when you're doing a shell throw on land, so that's probably one of the things I should look at. Once again, I don't really know why the on-off switch is relevant. I don't see a way to use it. Whoops. Well, that's a bust. However, we always have a second chance at that. Using the star, in fact. That's okay, well... whoops, didn't want to lose that, but... Okay, I guess we'll lose that. Look closely. I mean... if it bounces back through these two... I can't really obstruct it any further. The thing I could do is... if I had both shells going... then what I can do is I can put a P-switch in one location here. Have a shell bounce back and forth really quickly. Move the P-switch. Have the shell bounce back and forth here very quickly. And do it one at a time using the P-switch as a blocking tile. That's probably the best thing I can come up with here. But of course that would require me to, first of all, have a shell available. We can try it with the Buzzy as is. If I can actually stop this guy without losing the ability to pick it up, I'm going to lose the ability to pick it up, so we need to start over. But I think maybe that's what the on-off switch is for. That's the only thing that will get me, is the ability to pick up the P-switch. Why do I want to pick up the P-switch? Because I can use that to activate one coin block at a time. And the P-switch is the only piece that I can use to do it. Obviously, I can't use the POW since the POW would activate. Let's do the Buzzy Helmet thing again, just to be quick about it. Okay. I can come back for the other coins afterwards. In fact, I should have considered busting through this first. No, that's okay. I want that to turn into a coin in case we are really short on coins. Let's knock this guy out this way. In fact, let's just knock out as much as we can this way instead of using the shell. Just so I've got plenty of room. I will have to kill that using a shell. Now, here's the thing. If I hit the on-off switch, I gotta be really careful with this. Because I need to stop the shell afterwards. And yeah, I feel like the POW is a problem right now in that position. Let's reposition this. Oh, nope. That's not what I want. It's going to kill it. No, because I need to figure out how to activate the on-off switch safely. And regroup and get the shell again afterwards. And I don't have a good solution to that right now. Work smart, not hard. Yeah, that's what puzzle streams are for. That's what we try to do. Doesn't always succeed, but when it does, the results are great. Here's what I want to do. I actually want to use that Buzzy, I think, against the on-off switch, if I can. But let's try to clean this up. Tidy up the interaction here. Hang on. Doing great? I hope so. Okay. Here's how we'll do it. Let's try to grab it. Ha ha ha. Nope, stood too close there. That's unfortunate. Actually, we don't want to activate the on-off switch that early because then the shell is going to come down through here on the left side and then start activating the question blocks because before we're actually ready for it. So that's wrong anyway. Let's do this quickly so we can get that shell. Just throw it. Maybe so. Okay. Let's try this again. Yeah, no, I don't want to activate the on-off switch yet for a very clear reason. In fact, I want to stop the shell. Because otherwise it's going to come down through the red block, and I don't want that. I want to stop it. In fact, it's going to turn back into a Buzzy. Which is fine. I would rather have it turn back into a Buzzy. But I do need to grab the coins over here. And let's get a POW way out of the way just for the moment. I will, when I eventually activate the P-switch, need to grab the POW again to carry it forward, but until we need it... Oh, actually, no, I do want to use the POW to clean up that corner. Don't I? Yeah, and clean up the bottom on the hole. So let's do that first. Do it this way. Nope. Yeah, that's the issue with the precision part of this level, is that obviously it's a little less comfortable for me than the puzzle solving element. Okay, let's grab all of this stuff. Like I said, I do want to stop the shell eventually. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Let's kill this guy when I have the chance. We'll nuke all of this. Okay, good. So far so good. Let's bump this. Now, I'm going to place this well out of the way. Now, let's take a look at what happens when I just throw directly in. Where's it going to go? Actually, the shell's just going to die, in fact. That's the problem here. Because when it hits the on-off switch, like, the left side block is just going to kill it. So, I actually did need both shells. And in order to get both shells, I need to hit the Buzzy from below and go over there and grab it. So, let me place this elsewhere first. Let's just get rid of this guy for a moment. No, I didn't want to throw it. I wanted to drop it. Because when you hit the on-off switch, the thing that you fire at the on-off switch is going to die. Right? Like, it's going to be killed by the state switch block. That's why you need to. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? Like, if you fire a shell here, it's going to die immediately to the block. And so you need the other shell to hit the question blocks down below. That's the whole point of... I guess you could reset through the door. That's always something you could do. You only need one shell for the question block, but you need one shell for the on-off switch. You need one shell for the on-off switch, right? How are you going to hit the on-off switch if you don't have a shell? I know you can get one through the reset door, or through the door that goes through the star. So maybe that's the other way to do it, but... that's not how I understand it. Sure, let's kick this. I will hit down below and try to get around quickly enough to... Yeah, I do have two shells. I'm trying to use both shells, but I would need to stop the first one and go back around for it. Which I can do, but it's a bit of a long walk back, so maybe that's not correct. I don't actually need to use a shell to eradicate everything in that side. Whoops. But if I don't use it, then I need to trap this guy some other way. Yeah. Hang on. Okay. This is gonna turn back into a Buzzy. Yeah, we'll just let it walk. It will eventually fall down, though. That's fine. We'll deal with it. Yeah, one shell for the on-off and one shell for the question blocks. I know. I'm well aware of that. But we'll need to strategize which is which. Whoops. Oh, let's not run into that. I actually did need a shell to kill this, didn't I? Hang on. Okay, never mind. We messed this up already. I can think about using the door eventually. Using the door, in fact, would allow me to reset the Buzzy shell and get it all over again, so... let's think about that. Yeah, maybe sacrificing one coin to blow up one of the blocks is okay, given that the clear condition is at least. I have a general approach that I'm going for, it's just that doing it is going to require a little bit of work here. And I can be prone to mistakes. Can we get there in time before the shell wakes up? No. I feel like I'll want to bust this open then. Hang on. Although if we hit the P-switch now and go through the doors, the P-switch is still going to respawn for me for this last interaction here. Also, if I hit the on-off switch, no, the Buzzy Shell is going to go through the red block. Yeah, that's okay. Then we use this shell to hit the on-off switch, because the Buzzy Shell will walk. I want it to be walking from left to right, so it falls between the question blocks like that. Then we use the P-switch. And we use the P-switch very carefully. Very carefully. That was not careful. Yeah, no, we use the Shelmet for the on-off specifically because we can just drop the Buzzy Shell on the left side without having to do any additional work for it, so... Then we place the P-switch very carefully. Unlike what I just showed off. Hang on. We should actually use the vines for that shell kick. Yeah, I'll get it eventually. I mean, it's fairly typical for me to solve something and then spend half an hour trying to execute it. So... Okay, let's do this. And then go down. And same idea, we'll do all this so we don't kick the shell. Since we do need to save the shell for the on-off switch in the top corner. Yeah, I mean, you know, I know the point is to cram everything into one screen, but the precision element does force a lot of restarts. But that's just sort of my general feeling on precision levels. And this at least still has some satisfying puzzle solving to do. I just need to die a lot to do it. Anyway, let's do this. And we'll just wait on Divine this time. I mean, you know, one-screen puzzles are always going to be fairly cramped. So you just work with what you have. And this has been working pretty well so far. Just a lot of little swimming mistakes and D-pad input mistakes all over the place. And just re-roll until we do it. Oh, that was a close one. But we got it. Yeah, but I think I understand the central thing that I wasn't getting before, which was how to use the on-off switch and how to use the P-switch. Then eventually we activate the P-switch for the star sequence at the end. And also we need to keep the POW the whole time so we can throw it directly into the munchers. And yeah, we'll have to figure this out. Let's once again clear some space. Hit down this time before we throw. Whoa, that's a problem. That's a big problem, actually. Nope. we'll do it again. Okay, here we are. Okay. Nope, missed it. I actually think this corner would work better as a slope. I don't know if that would have broken anything, but I guess that would kind of mess with the pipe aesthetics, though. I see you only have the slopes in the top left because you do want everything to look like pipes. Presumably. Come on. Alright. Let's do this. Yeah, because it is a bit of a weird corner. Maybe it does affect things like the shell deflections, but... yeah, I've seen enough of your level design at this point that I think I understand what a lot of the motivations are. It does look very nice. It's a very nice theme to work with for all of these parallel figures all over the place. Whoops. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah, the thing about playing underwater is that the directional buttons don't always take you where you want. Always take you a little too far, or you float back up just slightly, and the positioning can be weird. I'm not even the kind of person who complains about water levels. Like, I don't have a problem with water as a concept. But definitely it takes a little getting used to when it comes to positioning. I think maybe water doesn't work too well with precision. But that's just because, you know, you do have to do so many tap inputs here and there. You use Joy-Con? Yeah, I exclusively use D-pad. And actually, you would think that D-pad is better for this, but I still run into issues. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Let's be extra careful this time. There we go, much better. Bump this guy. Turn him back into his proper buzzy form. Drop the power over there, and then we will now go for the on-off switch. Once again, it's very important that the on-off switch is timed such that the walking Buzzy Beetle is going left to right. Let's catch the next cycle. And the reason is that we don't want it to get trapped beside the P-switch. It's already going to be a little fussy as it is. Let's use Divines. Going to solve me some problems here, save me a bit of grief when it comes to the positioning. We'll pop it right in the middle, probably. Let's try to do it without killing anything. Oh, or without bouncing. Kind of nice that it does bounce back. My positioning is way off. Mostly because of the water physics, actually, and partly just my own timing. Hang on, too soon. There we go. Now we tap this. Hopefully without tapping the P-switch. Nope, I tapped the P-switch. Okay. Let's try it again. Now we go back. Trying to place it closer to the question block, yeah. Yeah, it's a little difficult to guess the positioning simply because the floatiness of the water does throw off my estimates a little bit. So my usual sense of distance doesn't quite work. Also still swimming too fast. Going down there. Oh. Nope. Okay, let's do it. Now let's go back. And, Dorli Rametti, if I've pronounced it correctly. Hope you've been doing well. Okay, let's try to do this once again. Wrap our way downstairs. I mean, I have the general sequence down. It's just... yeah, I am not running a formal queue because I don't know how long everything will take, but if you have a puzzle, I'll see if I have time for it. I've been running the stream for a little bit long, but if I finish this one relatively quickly and you're still here, then I'll take a code, sure. I usually get through my own private list, but I don't mind taking a few viewer submissions on the side. That's what this one is, in fact. It is a viewer sort of puzzle from today. Okay. Ah, for a contest, yeah. If it's for Grakowski and Carl Sagan's contest, I've actually been playtesting a few of those already for people, so that's perfectly welcome. If it's for a totally different contest, that's also fine. But yeah, contest levels are quite welcome here. Not a lot of people will be beta testing them, so I'm happy to provide. And yeah, we get a lot of people here who are also interested in those contests. So we actually just playtested one potential submission earlier today. I don't think if it's for the new contest, I would have only started on that stuff today, so I would not have played it. Unless it was submitted to me separately. But no, I don't think I would have played it yet, if it's something new. Okay, so I want to grab the shell now. Let's place the POW somewhere nice. Let's kick this guy. Do this. No. The Buzzy Shell's going to come down the wrong way. That's exactly what I didn't want to have happen. Okay. It's exactly what I told myself not to do. I'd have to pay attention here. It's doing so well up to that point. Okay. Let's grab this. And grab this. And yeah, if I finish this one relatively soon, I'll definitely continue on to that one that you just posted. Let's grab the POW once again, just to get rid of everything here. Okay. Here's a troublesome corner. Never quite make it. There we go. there we go. Actually clean this time. Now let's pay attention to where the Buzzy is heading. So we can do this step here that's been waiting for a while. I could drop the shell on that. Yeah, I could, but let me just do it the way I know how. After a little while, I find that I want to just do reliable methods that I know are totally proven. Let's wait for the Buzzy shell. Okay, now it's on the left side. Then we can hit. And then, yeah, I want the POW to be placed here because I want to grab that quickly on my way out. Since I do need to carry it through the door. We'll need to double back through the door a few times for the star to be available. Okay, let's go here. Grab the P-switch really carefully. And then try to center it. Oh. Maybe stand a little bit further to the left. I'll need to do it on both sides, in fact. There we go. That's good. That might be too close, actually. Let's try to kick the shell from this angle. Without hitting the P-switch. Nope. Hey, that actually works fairly well. Just sitting on top of it there. And then now we... Whoops. Well, now I'm going to be short by a few coins, aren't I? 103. No, I'm not, because I will get 1 coin under the star. I'll get 3 coins from the blocks, possibly 4 coins. I'll actually just have enough in spite of the fact that I messed that up. I should, anyway. I do want to hit the P-switch quickly, because... And I actually want the POW down here, because I want to swim with the POW. The reason is because I need that block to open up, probably. I don't absolutely need it. Because if I collect a coin that's under the star, that'll be 4 coins. Come on, let's not die to this guy. Yeah, grab the POW quickly, collect the coins. This is going to be a little time sensitive, but let's try to do it. Hang on. Oh, come on. Come on. So the placement is really a little fussy, but... Okay, here's how we're going to do it. Climb down. Tap. Nope, gonna be slow. I need to grab this. And I want to grab the coin, but I will need to respawn through here to grab the star, if I'm correct. Come on. Star? Yes, good. Then I grab the star, I go through all of this, and then I have the 50 coin at the very end, which will get me through. Muncher, come on. I'm going to be much too slow for this. Okay. I better tap this one right here. And then this. That's the clear, at long last. Okay, let's do that contest playtest after this, but thank you, Greggy Spike. Good to go back to this one and finally clean that up after many, many attempts just to straighten out the little things. But yeah, despite the fact that I messed up, I'm glad that the requirement was lenient enough to say at least 157, so I could finish on 158, even though I only got the shell to hit correctly on one side. So thank you for that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I always keep the permanent VOD, of course, if you ever want to go back and clip it or do anything else. So thank you for the follow. Let's take a look. Yeah, I wonder how people did against that one if they were people who are good precision players but bad puzzle players. And the very opposite of the experience we have here. Anyway, here's something new for Stolen Tools. Stolen Tools, for those who are dropping in, was the same thing that we were playtesting Tempest Funk's levels for earlier. And it's the Grakowski contest that will also be played by Carl Sagan 42 this time around, that has a requirement to not use some of the standard stuff like POWs and Ps and so on. And also have a boss in the wintertime. So here's Super Sun Snowy. Super Sun stole all the items and Mario can fight only with snowballs. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just call you Dory for simplicity. There's a clear condition on this one. Yeah, I know that Carl is going to be playing this one. But and so are some of the smaller or mid-sized puzzle streamers like Majestic Acorn and Street Rat. But it's really nice to have Carl on board for this one because it'll give the puzzles some very much needed exposure. So we have the Angry Sun here. The Angry Sun is, I think, eventually going to interact with the bomb. If we can place the bomb a little differently. It's on top of Semi-Solace right now, so I don't think that's going to really do much for us until we, well, potentially maybe scroll the camera up a tile or something, but there's no break for that. It is a one-screen puzzle. Let's think about what the sun is actually doing for me then, because the one thing we know it can do is bomb activation. Notice how the sun is sweeping to the right side. If we destroy the Piranha Plant, the sun is going to hit the bomb when the bomb is on the right side tile above the on-off switch. And the bomb is going to activate the on-off switch for us after we kill the Piranha. So let's see what else we can do here. We want to see what this door is all about. I assume the two doors are matched with each other. And they are. Oh, what's going on with that mole? Let's take a look at the mole. The mole is there to kill the Piranha Plant and move the bomb. I guess this was a function of spawning on the right side of the mole. If you spawn on the left side, the Muncher rather just does an offset. If you go left to right and spawn in the right side of the level, the mole gets over there, and then you are in position to have the sun sweep towards the bomb, activate the on-off switch, and then from that point on, well, once the bomb cooperates, you kind of need to wait a little bit. I actually don't know if the sun's going to be in position for that. And in fact, maybe my camera position here is too high. Let's take a look at the camera positioning, in fact, of the doors as we go through them, because I know that if I'm... Well, first of all, if I'm up here, I can't actually go back down just yet. The camera positioning in terms of the heights should be the same because it is a one-screen puzzle and there's no additional vertical space you can use. So it is going to be consistent depending on, like, independent of here. Yeah, you believe Carl organized a contest? I see, yeah. And let's see here. Yeah, because I heard about it through Grakowski, because I think he did the rules document for it, and was also the host of the Yoshi puzzle contest that was right before this one. But it's nice to have like a lot of these different sides of the puzzle community and a big streamer like Carl Intersect, and that he's playing a very active role in this, of course. Very nice to see that. So the sun is actually not going to sweep the bomb the way I want it. It's going to be a little bit too low. Then what do I do with the bomb then? I think the idea is that if I have another way of activating the on-off switch, well, that's going to kill the bomb. Let's think about this. And yeah, I sort of remember that Carl closed the Discord. There's no one-way panel there. I don't know why I walked into it. I also don't know... I guess this is indicating that activating the note block is going to give me a boot. I would eventually need to cut through the Wiggler to come through here, though, if I move the snake block. And even so, because it's semi-solid, I think once I get through the slope, I can't actually get back down. So here's the question, whether there's a way for me to get down once I am trapped up here. Because removing the snake block doesn't remove the bridge. And... well, let's get on over here. Well, the mole is still in position over there. The mole's not going to do anything else on this attempt, though. I can run the mole down to that slot down below, but... mainly I'm thinking about how I've been trapped up here. And I'm thinking about what could possibly actually get me back down, because I don't have a way to really slide through this or preserve a slide, do I? So... yeah, there's some kind of interaction that I'm not thinking about that would allow me to sneak back down, perhaps. Currently, though, apart from going through the doors, there's nothing else that I can really do much with. So let's go down here and think. Yeah, using the Angry Sun, of course, is a pretty interesting thing for one screen. We don't see it that often. We can potentially get rid of the pokey. The thing I do want to do is I want to activate the on-off switch somehow so we can get to the mushroom. What would the mushroom get me? I don't know. Even after activating the on-off switch... oh, okay, no, you can pull the camera up by using this. Yes, yes, that's great, actually. That solves it. Now, that's clever. Using the way that the camera logic works when you are locked to a half-screen build. I've seen it used with some scroll lock puzzles before, but I haven't used it with something like repositioning a sun or moon. That's actually really, really nice. I like that particular solution a lot. And of course now it lowers you in such a way that you can't actually get on top of a block for raising anything further. Now what does that imply for my ability to go through this door? Let's see. There is a piranha plant that spawns now on the other side, which implies that I'm going to take damage if I go back there. I feel like I wanted to use the mushroom to get on top of the snow pokey, since I could take damage from it and grab a snowball. I'm also trapped under... oh, okay, I'm trapped under a one-way panel. I can get out. Okay, that's important. Using the snow pokey, what can I do? I can grab a snowball. And Snowball can snowball the sun, I guess. I'd have to be careful here with the slopes, of course. Let's see where I have an opening for the sun. This may be a timed interaction, it may be something else entirely. I can, of course, always respawn through the doors, although if I respawn through this door, I will die to the piranha. I can also use it to do something about the wigglers. And that's actually exactly what I'll do. A snake block would push me down. That's how I get back down, is I used a snake block by activating it and then outrunning it and coming down here to get pushed. So that will eventually be the interaction I want. What does a Fire Flower get me? Fire Flower allows me to nuke this guy. But I think this is going to be death, as I expected. Yeah. Okay, so we understand how to get back downstairs now, though. It is going to be using the snake block, and the track, in fact, does indicate that fairly. I just didn't really pay attention to it at first. So let's get over here. Move the bomb off the piranha. Raise the sun. Snowball will be next, I'm pretty sure. The thing about Snowball is that it allows me to get to the Fire Flower if I use it on a Wiggler that's on the left side. But I feel like Snowball is the only thing that's going to get me through the big Wiggler, though, so I feel like I need to save it for that. However, respawning through the doors will get me access to another Snowpokey once I have the Fire Flower, so priority should probably go to the Fire Flower, because that will allow me to take 2 hits, and allow me to grab 2 additional Snowpokeys. Snowballs, rather. One for the Wiggler and one for killing the sun. Sorry, I did want to drop it on top of this guy. I just missed. And that's going to blow this attempt, I think, but let me see. Yeah, that's going to blow this attempt. Now, I don't know if it breaks anything. I almost think it would be for reset purposes. Like, I don't know if the logic will quite work here, but having the mushroom be something that's respawnable might be interesting. It might break something. I haven't looked at this carefully yet, obviously. But if you had, like, a mushroom available through a blaster or something, such that it's not like a forced total reset, that might be a bit of a progress saver. I can see how that would be a problem, though, because it would allow you to damage boost through the piranhas, and maybe you don't want to allow that, so maybe things are set up the way they are for a good reason. So yeah, let's sweep the bomb. A really nice little solution here. Also one that is accidentally discoverable for people who are really stuck, which is not a bad thing, as long as it doesn't trivialize too much. And yeah, I would have cheesed it. That's something that you need to think through sometimes as the player to really see properly. Okay. Anyway, Fire Flower is going to allow me to kill the piranha as well as get 2 snowball-based damage boosts. Can I get through here? Yes, I can. Actually, that's going to hit the piranha, isn't it? Because of the on-off state. That's fine, because I want to have I want to be able to take 2 hits. That's fine. Actually, I want to spawn through this door then. And then, yeah, I guess the one-way panel allowing you to exit this door is something that's kind of a little bit invisible, like in terms of being able to exit this door while you're big. But when you see it once, you know it, so not too big a deal. Let's kill the piranha first so I can get through it later without taking damage. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to take 1 Snowpokey and we're going to kill the big Wiggler. After that, however, I need to get pushed down, so... Oh, actually, this is a bit of an issue. That I need to come back here and grab... nope. Okay. Okay, I didn't account for that. Then I do need to be small to grab the snowball. Apparently. Hang on. Let's rethink that then. That kind of negates the Fire Flower advantage. I wonder if there was a better way to do this such that I could, in fact, escort the snowball out safely. But it seemed like when I dropped it here, I would have a little bit of trouble of grabbing it again, if I'm big. But I would need this, and I'm missing one step because of that mistake I made. One step that would push me down here, because the idea is that I want to be able to kill the sun from this position. Oh, and I got bounced, okay. In order to do that, I actually want to roll a snowball that would spawn the boot, and then I use the boot. Yeah, I think that's it. That I throw a snowball from up here once it's clear, and once I've pushed myself down. It still requires 2 snowballs, though, and so I am missing one interaction right now. Aegis Cook, welcome. So I have one move order problem after I have access to the Fire Flower right now. Because the issue is that I want to loop around twice and pick up the Snowpoke twice. And I'm not currently able to do that. How it looks so far, I mean, well, I want to see the whole thing first, but like I said, I like the camera usage here a lot. That's a really interesting way to exploit the one-screen limit in a way that I don't always see in terms of using the ceiling movement for the half-screen build. Yeah, the interactions are pretty interesting so far. I think that, well, we'll see how to get through the current step. Obviously, I do have to reset a lot just for some execution things, like, you know, killing the Wiggler properly. But that's something we discussed already with how we're handling the mushroom. So, yeah, I want access to the Fire Flower probably right away. So the question is, how, if I'm big, how do I reclaim Snowball? That's something I don't have an answer to yet. Let's drop it over here. I think going for the Fire Flower first is going to be correct, though. I really think that it looks best. I think maybe one of the ideas that we can have is to grab a snowball. You know what? I can use the Fire Flower to fire at a Snowpoke. This one is a viewer puzzle, yes, Aegis Cook. I've been doing kind of a mix today. I did a few levels from the previous Grykowski contest. This is from the Carl and Grykowski contest. It's coming up later this month. And people have been sending me a few playtests. I have a lot more off my own list that I intended to do. I don't know if I'll have time to get through much today. But I'm many weeks behind in doing my puzzle stream, so understandably I've been missing out on a lot from makers that I usually play. Okay, so we can get rid of the Fire Flower here once we spawn to the right side and grab the Snowpoke. Let's see what we can do with a Snowpoke. Because if I bounce it like this... Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's the only adjustment I need to make. Then what I do is I need access to 2 snowballs. And the way I do it is this. Grab this guy first. You go through the door. Now, is the crouch going to give me issues here? I think it is, actually. That's unfortunate. But that's okay, because we still have access to 2 snowballs. And that's fine. I kind of figured that the crouch there would create a problem, but as long as we're able to carry a snowball while being pushed by the snake block, I should be fine. As long as this also doesn't break the snowball. And it doesn't. Good. Because what I'll do here is I will then need to send this down the slope in order to hit the note block without getting bumped. No, that's not how you do it. I need to send it up and I need to have it roll down the slope. Okay, so I need to figure that out. Like, probably I just need to soft drop it and then bounce it from up top. Like, I need to lower it here, drop it, and then just come around and push it. But we have most of this. Yeah, Aegis Cook, I was also playing Baba Is You in recent weeks. I didn't know that a lot of other streamers were doing the same, but I haven't really been watching Twitch very much lately, apart from watching the World Chess Championship. I haven't really been spending much time on Twitch. But I was playing Baba Viewer Puzzles in the last 2 weeks in this time slot, in fact. Including some puzzles by people we know in Mario Maker. But I've been far behind enough in doing Maker puzzles lately that I did want to come back and catch up for a bit. And given how I've been progressing through these, I do want to do more puzzle streams for sure. I just haven't had much time to stream lately, unfortunately, so... okay, let's do the camera reposition again. Let's get this up and running. I have most of the steps worked out. I need to figure out how to kick the snowball accurately towards the note block, and then that should be the last thing, really. Okay, so we grab the first snowball using the mushroom. And then do this. And yeah, it's really been quite an interesting turn of events since that Marathon Game 6. It seems like that really kind of broke the dam open. Like, I'm not a very advanced chess player myself, but I do follow it closely enough to follow the action. It's been a very watchable experience, too. You know, given that very often I think the considerations in Grandmaster level play are just beyond the comprehension of most players, even when it's well explained. But of course, you know, even since the championship in 2018, I think the chess streaming scene has changed so much that the level of interpretation that's available for lower level players now from people doing video content is in such a great state. Just with the whole chess streaming boom over the last year or two. And, okay. So, I want to use the Fire Flower to get rid of the Piranha. Yeah, jumping off screen like that is a little bit tricky sometimes. In terms of not making mistakes. But yeah, I'll come through here. I'll come through the door right away. The Piranha is going to thankfully not kill the snowball because it's to my left. And then we're going to get rid of this Wiggler Gate, which is thankfully easy to hit. Next thing I do is I grab a second snowball, and then we'll try to position this. Okay. No, I need to hit this first, outrun it. Now let's see if I can place this accurately. I want to probably place this down below. The sun is thankfully well out of my way. Let me think about the sun's positioning here in terms of how I'm eventually going to stomp it. Because even if I activate the boot, how in my current position does that actually get me to the sun? Because I don't see that spawning this right now is actually going to kill it for me, given that I don't see how the sun is accessible. We'll have to deal with that once I spawn it, I think. But let's try to soft drop this. Okay. Do I want to kill it right away, or I guess we want to reposition? Also, it allows me to do stuff like this, which is really important. It allows me to get rid of the wiggler, which is also important. The on-off switch seems permanent right now, though, which is a slight issue. I do have access to more snowballs. I do have access to the snake block crushing myself, okay. Now here's the interesting thing, that if I ride the snake block when it's going up the top of the screen, that will allow me to do a camera reposition again. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like I have a way to reactivate the on-off switch at any point after I've activated it for the first time, so that's one thing I have to keep in mind here. Anyway, pretty easy to retrace my steps. So let's do that. Bomb is going to activate. Give me the mush. Head on down. Yeah, pretty interesting sequence of events so far. I mean, I think this is mostly correct. It's just that progressing past a boot and actually getting the kill is not something that I understand yet. But something I'm thinking about, looking at the sun positioning as I play. Okay, so I want to come through here, get through here, almost run headfirst into the piranha, but thankfully not. No, that's a mistake, but thankfully a recoverable one. No, not a recoverable one, because I'll take damage there. Okay, hang on. Yeah. There are a number of hard resets on this, but sometimes with a one screen, you just have to take that and understand when it's going to happen. Yeah, so this camera interaction here, I feel like it's going to be relevant again using the snake block. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Oh, yeah. Ducking with a fire flower. That's right. Forgot about that. Yeah, no, that's correct. I just wasn't thinking about that. Okay, let's do this. Very easily just get a little bit scrambled about a sequence of events after you've gotten far enough in one of these. Let's go down here. No, hang on. Yeah, let's start over. Need to watch my positioning a little more carefully when I do that. Let's go back. And, yeah, reposition. Okay. Mushroom. Snowball. Okay. Snowball over here. And then we'll be a little more careful about getting rid of the piranha this time. Much better. Yeah, because if I raised the sun just a little bit higher using the riding up the snake block, I feel like it's going to be within range of the boot. Okay, let's make sure I only tap once this time. So I can actually grab this guy. Go through the door twice. We're pretty close. I feel like I'm just a step or two away from the finish. Hang on. I don't think there's any good reason to leave the Goomba in the shoe. I do think I want the shoe for myself pretty much right away. Now, this will allow me to test... Oh, whoops, no. Let's not test it. I was trying to test the camera position there to see if we could get the sun to cycle over accurately. It is going to be a little bit timing dependent when we do finally do it. But I do want to ride the snake block up top, I think, when the moment comes to complete this. Yeah, because notice how the sun is just protruding slightly on the top right side when you've raised everything by one tile. And so we'd be riding the snake block, the sun would position itself over here, then we stop it. And that's all there is to it. And so I do think I understand the overall structure now fairly well. Okay. What am I doing here? I want to drop this. And hey, No Name guys, not really running the queue. I'm kind of casually doing some viewer puzzles, but I don't know how much longer I'll be staying on. But welcome back anyway. Scroll the screen with a snake block to kill the sun, huh? And No Name guys, yes, I did have levels in both the 4YMM and 6YMM. And I do run a proper viewer level queue usually twice a week over the weekends. I'm just kind of doing some puzzle playtesting today, mostly. Okay, let's see here. I need to pay attention here. I'm going through the door. Well, yeah, because I was riding out the snake block earlier and it seemed like it was definitely raising me by one tile, right? So I felt like it looked really promising. Assuming the boot actually kills the sun, I know the dry bone shell does. I always have to remember what actually does or doesn't kill the sun. Because it's so rarely used in terms of the different interactions you can do with it. So, come on, Piranha Plant, let's behave. And let's go through here. I mean, the thing is, you know, because of the fact that the red block on the top left kind of trains you to reposition the camera early, I was mentally searching for ways that that would be usable a second time. Let's see here. Let me figure this out such that yeah, I'm going to get access to the second snowball here, grab the boot, which I haven't done in a while because I've been making too many little execution mistakes. Yeah, because the problem is that you would need an additional snake block, wouldn't you? Okay, no, I'm thinking of something different. Let's drop this, roll it down. Whoops. Shouldn't have stood there. Yeah, it's definitely the first thing that came to mind. It's sort of interesting that you have something different in mind for the intended solution, but we'll see if we can find that. Here you can kill a sun without the snake block. Yeah, I'm looking for positioning that will allow me to do that. We'll see if I can find it. Because, yeah, look at this, because it's going to twirl around over there on the right side. It looks so promising as a way to do it. But yeah, I agree that maybe you would need to slow down the block for that to happen, just given how long the camera needs to suspend there. Because if you... Well, I can't test the camera position now, but there's something I'll test on the next attempt if it comes to that. Yeah, let's try to clean this up. And back here. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the one-way panel thing here being invisible, but you know, you do what you can. And just given the awkwardness of placing the 2x2 one-way panels, I don't see a more elegant way to do it with the available space. So it's probably fine. Okay, let's go down here. Let's once again swap through doors. Come here, grab the other one, grab the boot without dying this time. Rather important condition here. Okay. Push down. Yeah, because I certainly don't see a way to change the on-off state back. Whoa, let's be careful here. Okay, now I'm in a little bit of trouble. That's okay, we'll let the Goomba bounce its way over. I should wonder if I should leave the Goomba in. I see no reason to, though. But we can reset through some of this stuff as much as I want. And it might affect some of the mole positioning as well. It'll also give me a pokey again. I suppose if you are able to take damage with the boots, you would be able to grab one additional snowball, but then there's nowhere to go with a snowball that you couldn't go before, so like that's not going to be it. But let's actually try it my way. I can always reset through the door afterwards if... Yeah, no, the timing is a little bit wrong, but if I time it a little bit differently, I think it's actually doable. I want to try it. It is timing dependent. It's the kind of thing that sort of looks like it's not a real solution, I guess. I guess the boot doesn't kill it anyway, though, right? Like, I know Dry Bone Shell does. But I just straight up took damage. Maybe I was approaching it from the side. I mean, I know thrown objects should take care of it, like a snowball would get rid of it, but... Is that actually correct? Let's see here. I think I'm dead at this stage, of course. I don't see a way out of this. I'm also wondering if the mole is going to do anything else for me. Let's try to respawn through here. Oh, you know what? There's the top left corner. It doesn't quite reach the top left, though, does it? No, it doesn't quite reach. So where does the sun go? That is actually accessible to me. It seems like the way it sweeps, it's just out of reach of the snowball going towards the note block. Just barely out of reach. But I don't see how else the sun is even reachable without another camera repositioning like what we were doing. So let me think about this again and probably start over. Yeah, you would think I could remember what the interaction was between Boot and Angry Sun. But apparently not. Anyway, going to get the sweep over here. Maybe it's within range at some point to snowball, but then I don't know what the boot progression would be then. Like, why get the boot? I guess getting the boot allows you to kill the Wigglers on demand. That's the main thing it accomplishes. Let's see here. I don't know if there is anything I need to change with my existing sequence. Everything seems more or less correct so far. Okay. You can maybe kind of hold a snowball on the left here. Like, you would be able to use the boot to stomp through. And you just hold a snowball against a wall and let the sun run into it, like in this corner. So the thing the boot would get you is you would kill a Wiggler with it and then take a damage boost with it to grab the Snow Pokey on the right side. Then you drop through the left side and just hug the wall and let the snowball collide when it clips through. I think that's probably the most promising solution. It's actually slightly more obvious than this snake block thing I'm suggesting. Maybe not as fancy, but definitely cleaner to execute, so no complaints about that. Okay, let's do the snake block activation here. Let's grab the boot and then do the relatively obvious thing that was in front of my face the whole time. Okay, grab the boot cleanly without any problems. Yeah, I mean, you know that the boot is coming, but at the same time, I still struggle a bit to grab that if we don't do it accurately. It does eventually bounce over here, of course, and that cleans things up. So what we want to do is we do want to get the stomp. I also do need to clear out the snake block one more time because... I see what the problem with the snake block solution is. It would allow you to kill the sun, I guess, and then you would go through the reset door. But you also need to respawn the snake block one more time in order to get the push. And so... Well, the one place where you can kill the sun is, for sure, the entrance, but failing that, I think it's going to be top left. Like, I think it's going to be snowball collision right here. You just hug the thing and wait for the sun to roll around and run into it. Right? And then... So you just do this, clear out everything. And then you just let the sun walk around a bit. Yeah, these solutions with clipping things through the wall are always kind of neat. And pretty satisfying. I feel like it works well as is, but this idea of using a snake block to temporarily break the camera is, I think, something to keep in the back pocket for a future Angry Sun idea. Because, I mean, the Angry Sun is one of the few things, along with Moon, that will actually be camera dependent, right? And using the camera break with a half-screen build is something that I think is still going to surprise people when it comes to puzzles. And you use it once here, and I think in a very inventive way already, so. Yeah, I don't know if you necessarily want to use it in this puzzle, but it's definitely an idea to keep in mind. But very neat. Thank you for offering that to me. Hopefully it survives some more playtesting, and if I manage to keep first clear on this version, that would be great, but if not, I know there's plenty of time for more revisions. So, I mean, I'll still be here. I'm willing to playtest future versions as well if you're still cramming it for the contest. And yeah, I'm not on as regularly as I used to be because my streaming time has been a mess, but we'll try to fit in some more puzzle streams over the next week or so to catch more people doing playtests for the contest. That is, unfortunately, all I have time for today. I was actually hoping to do more levels, including some of the example levels for Stolen Tools, but we can probably save that for a future stream. Probably next week. And then I'll cram in some more puzzle sessions. Viewer levels, as usual, is likely going to run at the usual times this weekend. And I try to post about the schedule and any emergency changes or whatever on the Discord. But viewer levels tend to be on the 2 weekend slots, Friday to Saturday, Saturday to Sunday. With that in mind, I'm going to send you folks off to a different stream, possibly another Mario Maker player, possibly something else. But I'll scan around for a raid in just a moment, and in the meantime, thank you so much for joining me for all the puzzles and playtesting today. Thank you for the submissions. Good luck with the contest for anybody entering. And, as always, thanks for watching. Stick around if you want to raid. And until next time, have a great day or week or whatever lies ahead, and fare thee well.